Hey everybody, and welcome to the Super SHERO live stream. Today we're going to be exploring some of the Mayweather versus McGregor saga as it continues and we draw closer to August 26th. Wow, lots of action going on about this fight. Lots of great opinions out there, pros and cons, and a lot of people undecided, and well, I have some information for you, and it's going to be playing right above the word win, where it says who will win. We will be playing some videos and some footage that I think you're going to enjoy tremendously, most of which I have seen part of but not all of, so I will be also spectating as well. So please feel free to join in the chat and tell us your take and what you think about the Mayweather versus McGregor money fight. Okay, let's go ahead and get some of this going for you. First, I want to give credit to FightHype.com. I did a lot of research online, found a lot of great videos on YouTube, and just sharing some of those with you right here, right now. So this comes from FightHype.com. Enjoy. Feel free to let me know if my voice is a little bit too loud, or if my background music is too loud, or anything like that. I appreciate the feedback.
Sign a paper with the UFC so you can fight me in June. Simple and plain. Let's fight in June. You're the B side. I'm the A side. We're not here to cry about it. We're not here to cry about money. I'm tired of all this crying about money. You're talking about you want to fight. You're blowing smoke up everybody's ass. If you want to fight, sign the paperwork. Let's do it. So what's been going on is this. Conor McGregor is, he keep on saying, no. Let's work together. Let's hear this. I'm going to give, let's hear this. Let's hear this. Let's work together. I'm going to respect you guys, you know, to give respect. To give respect, you have to give respect. Of course, I'm going to let everyone ask the questions that they want to ask. Let me talk about this Conor McGregor situation. So, Conor McGregor says, you know what? Floyd Mayweather really don't want to fight me. He's scared. Okay? I'm just sitting back. I'm sitting back in my mansion. I may be in my mansion in Miami. I may be in my mansion. I may be in my mansion in New York or Vegas or LA. I'm just sitting back, and you already know I got about 4 or 5 pretty girls with me. And you already know. I can't even have one because having one is too close to having none. So I'm sitting back. I'm sitting back with my feet kicked up. Naked. I'm probably with some silk pajamas on. And they keep on saying that. And Conor McGregor want to fight. Conor McGregor want to fight. And to be honest, when he kept saying that, I really was like, to be honest, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck that is. So then I finally found out who he was. I probably watched some clips of him a couple times. Probably watched, some footage because my security there, 2 of them are fans of the UFC. So no. So they keep on, I want to fight. Mayweather's scared. Mayweather's a bitch. Mayweather's scared. He don't want to fight himself. So okay. I said, Mayweather's retired. I said, so you know what? I'm gonna pull this card. I'm gonna see if he's really real. If he's really real, like he says he want to fight, exactly what he's doing is this. He's using my name for leverage. That's all he's doing. Because if you really want to fight, just sign the paper. Just sign it. I don't want to speak bad about, Ronda Rousey. She's beautiful. But did he say beautiful or beautiful? I don't know. So, Conor, did you get any response from Conor McGregor? He's quiet as a church mouse. And you offered him more than anything he's ever been up to pay you before. The thing is this, I'm not here to listen. If a fighter has only made $5 million, and then he get $10 million, we gave you what you normally make, but we added to it a lot of it. When I fought Oscar De La Hoya, I didn't cry, I didn't complain. You got the money? No problem. He said, boy, you can't wear these gloves. I said, no problem. Just make the fight happen. He said, I want the fight in Vegas. Make it happen. He chose the judges. He chose everything. But the end result is always the same. Conor McGregor, stop blowing smoke up everybody's ass. If you want to fight, let's make the fight happen. I'm not retired. I'm out of retirement for Conor McGregor today.
Okay, so this is where it all started.
Jude, if you want it. No, we don't need to waste no time. We need to make this shit happen. Let's get it on there, Jude.
Okay, so that credit goes to FightHype.com. That was a pretty cool video. And the next one I want to share with you is going to be the next quick stage when they were talking about it, and then this stream is going to get juicier and juicier. I have a lot of great videos for you. I've also put links in the description to everything we're seeing today. This credit goes to ESPN.
When did this become serious? Because at first it seemed like it was a joke, it would never happen. When did it become serious? When I spoke to Al, I told Al, I think I can make this fight happen. I don't think Al really believed that the fight can happen. Now we're here. Outside of the money, and it seems like there's going to be a lot of money involved. What is your motivation for this fight? My motivation is just giving the fans what they want to see. The fans demanded this fight also. So it wasn't just me by myself. The boxing fans, the MMA fans all around the world demanded this fight. So, I mean, I just want to go out there, and this is my last hurrah. You know, after training camp has been so grueling, I can't do it anymore. You know, I thought, you know, with a couple years off, I didn't want to fight, but it's here now. I got to go out there and do what I got to do.
Speaking to that, at the news conference, you said that you're not the same fighter you were 10 years ago, 5 years ago, even 2 years ago. What did you mean by that?
You know, I'm not fast like I was 21 years ago. You know, I don't have the agility and the same ability, but I still have a sharp mind. So, you know, with having a sharp mind, I'm still able to go out there and be sharp in the boxing ring.
What challenge does it face? What challenge does it pose, rather, facing a mixed martial artist rather than a pure boxer?
Conor McGregor is a warrior. He's a fighter. He's a stand-up fighter. He lost a couple times in the UFC, but only by submission on the ground. Every time Conor McGregor comes out and compete and he's standing up, he's victorious. And he's a heavy hitter.
Okay, so this is where all the action begins, and let's go on to the next one I have for you. And this one here is another credit from ESPN. It's Dana White's take on talking regarding the fight,
when did
the
you
emerging
realize
upcoming
that it was
fight.
going to have to get made?
Well, you know, when you start to feel the pent-up demand from the fans, the media, and it's obviously something that Conor McGregor wanted. And you know the respect that I have for Conor, the things he's done for this company, the things he's done for this sport. I said, listen, I'll sit down and I'll give this, you know, I'll give it a go. And if we can make a deal, and the deal just went.
But you come from a box, like you are a huge fight fan, and like formed the UFC as the answer to what's wrong with boxing, right? If I ever run the show, I'll make sure none of those bad things. So was it ever a time you sat down with Conor, like, Conor, you can't beat Floyd Mayweather. You want to fight him in the octagon where you're going to kill him, not in a boxing ring where you're not going to. We ever had that conversation?
And here's the thing, for all the purists like you and Atlas, and the list goes on and on, all the guys, you know, I know Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor has done things that people think he couldn't do since he got into the UFC. This kid is amazing, some of the things that he's pulled off. He wants this fight. I stopped doubting the kid a long time ago. I'm going to give it to him.
Dana, appreciate you being on the show, bro. I got to ask you this because Max alluded to it earlier when he talked about you appeared hesitant at the very, very beginning when all of this was percolating. I want you to speak to the hesitation that you had at the very, very beginning, and I want you to speak to the pressure, if any, that Conor McGregor directly applied to you guys in terms of letting this fight or making this fight happen. Could you speak to that at all?
Yeah, there was no hesitation. I absolutely did not want to do it. There wasn't even hesitation. I was like, this is ridiculous. And Conor wanted this fight really bad. Let me tell you what, Conor McGregor came out and said, you know, for the people who are boxing fans and might not know this, but there's a guy named Jose Aldo who is the only 145-pound champion ever in the history of the UFC. He went out and said, I will knock this guy out in the first round.
Going backwards, Dana. Hit him going backwards.
Said, I will knock this guy out in the first round. I said, Conor, man, you might be overselling this thing. Conor McGregor knocked him out in 13 seconds.
And going backwards, that's something Sugar Ray Robinson was known for. Like fighters who can, and Muhammad Ali, dance backwards and hit a guy hard enough to flatten him going back. That's growing up, that's all they said about it. He's a natural puncher.
Knocked him unconscious in 13 seconds. The only 145-pound champion in the history of the UFC. A legend in the sport. Then a fight fell out. He wanted to fight Nate Diaz at 170 pounds. We said, not a good idea. Goes in, gets submitted in the fight, wants to fight him again at 170 again, goes in and beats the bigger Nate Diaz. And the list goes on and on. I could go on for days of things that this kid has accomplished. He wants to fight Mayweather. He believes that he will beat him, and I stopped down Conor McGregor a long time.
But that's where I'm going. But that's where I'm going with this, Dana. I want to know specifically, what did Conor McGregor say to Dana White when he confronted you and said to you, "I want to fight Floyd Money Mayweather"? Because we heard, with him complaining at times about, "I'm the UFC. I want a bigger chunk of the pie. There's obviously more money in boxing for this fight." I want to know what he said to you.
Yeah, he flew out to Las Vegas, and we actually, Lorenzo was still, with us then. We sat down with Conor and walked through it, and he let us know that this was what he really wanted. If this couldn't get done, he was still willing to defend his 155-pound world championship. But I promised him I would sit down and give this thing a run.
As big as you guys have gotten, it seems to me that you still run the show like a small business, in the sense that, and correct me if I'm wrong, one of the reasons you do it is because what Conor's done for the company.
100%.
When you need a guy to step up last minute, move up in weight, whatever it is, he's willing to do it. So you're like, okay, you're going to do that, and now you're asking me for something, here you go.
This isn't the first time that a UFC fighter has wanted to fight a boxer, or a boxer has wanted to fight a UFC fighter. It's gone on a million times. I did it. James Toney chased me around the country, terrorizing me to fight in the UFC. So finally, I did it.
And he had no respect for it, didn't train in MMA, and was submitted in 30 seconds.
And we had Roy Jones wanting to fight Anderson Silva. The list goes on and on. This fight was the right fight with the right people at the right place, the right time. And, listen, people keep asking me, what if this happens? Well, I don't want to be doing this every weekend.
Isn't it, though, all upside for the UFC in the sense that, let's say Conor gets wiped out. Hey, dude, he's not a boxer. He's fighting the best, one of the purest boxers ever. Come on. And if he does anything at all, it's like, look at that. Meantime, after this mega deal that the UFC cut for all that money, you get a kind of brand awareness raised on a global level. What's the downside for the UFC?
Right. And listen, this is a fight. The one thing you have to understand, take all the business out of it, because as far as the business goes, this makes no sense. Conor McGregor would defend his world title twice this year, and it would pull over 1 million buys, and the thing would do very well. The money side doesn't matter. This is a fight that these two guys wanted. This is a fight that was built by them, the fans, and the media. It's the fight that everybody wanted. We're delivering it. Now when I go out and I start talking to people, people want me to defend the fight. I didn't make this fight. The fans made this fight. The people made this fight. So it is what it is, and whatever happens on August 26th, we'll see.
Dana, let me ask you this question, because I know that you're wise enough to know that Conor's at a considerable disadvantage because we're talking about boxing as opposed to UFC. The other side to it is that, unlike Max, who's at 0% chance, I give it a 1% chance because a puncher's chance. How do you feel about the fact that they're wearing 10-ounce gloves? You know what I'm saying? It ain't the gloves that you put on in the UFC. It ain't the 8-ounce gloves either. It's 10-ounce gloves, which is more padding, which takes away some of the power that Conor McGregor has, which opens him up to being schooled even more. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I don't know if the 10-ounce gloves take away power. There's obviously more padding in the gloves, but let me tell you what. All the odds makers and everybody that thinks, that there's 0 chance, wait till these guys square off. And you see this size difference between Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather. Okay? 12 rounds. Conor McGregor is 28 years old. When he touches people, they go to sleep. If he can touch Floyd Mayweather in a 12-round fight, I think he will hurt him.
All right, so there you have it. That is their take on Floyd and Conor. And I'm going to take you to the next one I have for you. And this credit goes to Octagon News. This is kind of crazy.
And those odds are not
Hope you
nearly
enjoy it.
wide enough. Not nearly wide enough. No fighter has been able to beat Floyd, who's been training since they were babies in boxing. have no shot. Like, no, a couple have come kind of close, but they've been training since they were babies. Conor McGregor could be the most naturally gifted boxer who ever lived. Let's take for granted that he has more natural ability than Sugar Ray Robinson or Roy Jones, who both had more natural ability than Floyd Mayweather. Let's just take that as a given. He would still have zero chance to beat Floyd Mayweather. It's a complete disrespect to the craft of boxing. And just as Floyd Mayweather would have no chance to beat Conor McGregor in an octagon. You cannot make a hexagon here and split the difference. So if they're in a boxing ring, it would be, it's like saying, Michael Phelps versus LeBron James, who wins? Well, you would say, is it in a swimming pool or a basketball court, right? Well, that's not fair because there's not as much overlap in those two disciplines as there is in combat sports, MMA versus boxing. Well, okay, but if you took a water polo player, right, they have to swim and have to be in cardiovascular shape, and put him in against a freestyle racer in swimming, right, in a race, we all know what's going to happen. Every single time, the swimmer is going to beat the water polo player in a race, and every single time, the water polo player beat the swimmer in water polo. Every time. Conor McGregor has exactly a 0% chance in this fight.
I respectfully disagree, Max Kellerman. I really, really do. I respectfully disagree. I defer. Like I tell you, I do what you should do when it comes to basketball. I do what you do with boxing. What you should be doing with basketball, I do with boxing. I defer to the expertise of the great Max Kellerman. But I would say this. I give him a 1% chance, which is a puncher's chance. I mean, anybody that gets clipped right, you just never know. Now, do I think that Floyd Mayweather's going to get caught? No. Do I consider him to be a magician and one of the best ever? Absolutely. There are professional boxers, like you have said, who have been training since they were babies and still could not get in the ring and touch Floyd Money Mayweather. All things are true, but I will never dismiss a puncher's chance to 0. I never, ever will do that. I remember when George Foreman was, 45 years old, Mike?
Yep.
Looking big, fat, like the Pillsbury Doughboy, and still knocked out Michael Moorer. I remember no boxing, Iran Barkley, at least compared to the Hitman Hearns, catching him with a blow after he was getting schooled for 3 rounds, and all of a sudden the Hitman fell like a tree trunk, for crying out loud. I've seen times in boxing history where a punch ultimately changed everything. That is the only chance that I give Conor McGregor. He can't box with Floyd. He doesn't have the skills. He's not on the same level. I expect Floyd to destroy him. But at the same time, to say 0 chance to a puncher, I can never do that in the sport of boxing. I just can't do it.
The difference is George Foreman was an extremely seasoned, old, great boxer. George Foreman had fought Joe Frazier and Kenny Norton and Muhammad Ali in his first career, and Evander Holyfield in his second career. George Foreman was an incredibly experienced, all-time great boxer who was old. He landed a big punch as part of an overall strategy. Started throwing left hooks, moving Moorer, the southpaw, towards his straight right hand. Oh, he was much more experienced than Moorer. As a boxer, Iran Barkley also was a very experienced pro, crude in certain ways, but experienced boxer. The closest comparison to this would be when Floyd Patterson defended his title. He was heavyweight champ, but he was a very small heavyweight champ. He was a middleweight as an amateur, and they were looking to juice the title, not fight Sonny Liston at the time. They fought the Olympic gold medalist in his pro debut, and that guy, Pete Rademacher, scored a knockdown against Floyd. Floyd got up and won the fight, of course. But the Olympic gold medalist in boxing, also a very experienced amateur boxer. Conor McGregor's not a boxer.
Well, work with me, because I'm going to talk to you here, Max, because even though I'm debating, remember, I'm deferring, so I don't mind being schooled. I don't mind being schooled, all right? It's a rare moment. Take it and absorb it and embrace it. It's one of the only times it ever happened in this show. But here's the deal.
That's all right. Stephen A. Hey, you know what? Stevie A loves the kids, but he also knows the fight game. Stevie A knows the fight game.
Let me ask you this, Max. Seriously. You know, and I know, that guys who are boxers, like, in the profession, ain't always boxers. Like, when you said George Foreman, was he really a boxer?
Yes.
I mean, This dude hit you. I'm asking, because you're right, because I'm asking.
Yeah.
When he hit you, my God, you fell. I mean, he was just so powerful. I ran Barkley. Do I look at him as a back? Let me throw out another name for you. Remember Ricardo Mayorga, okay? You know how you just look at certain guys and it's like, yeah, they're in the profession, but they're really brawlers
It's an excellent
as
question.
opposed to fighters. You know, how different is that from a guy coming from the UFC who knows all those other tricks that don't necessarily have something to do with boxing?
Yeah, like holding and grabbing and pushing, Max.
Yeah, elbows.
Yeah,
That is an
the
excellent-
MMA positions, yeah.
Well, if they were, that's why in MMA, if this was happening in an octagon, I
No,
would be
but-
here saying Floyd has zero chance. Well, couldn't he catch McGregor coming in? No, he has zero chance. But it's happening with gloves in a boxing ring, 12 rounds, the whole thing. To answer your question, a guy like George Foreman, yes, his strength and punching power and size helped him. In other words, he didn't need to be as skilled as other fighters. And yet, he was an Olympic gold medalist. He had a distinguished amateur career, and he was a very seasoned and experienced professional fighter. So, yes, he had actual boxing skills. They may have been very basic because his power let them be basic, but they suited his natural abilities, and he was extremely experienced. There's no substitute for experience in any discipline, in any sport. I don't care how talented you are. You need the requisite experience. Mayorga's an interesting case, Stephen A. That comes closer to what we're talking about. But even Mayorga, with his awkward style, had a lot of experience boxing in that awkward style.
So what does this mean for boxing as a sport?
Let me tell you what's happening here. People love boxing. I do this thought experiment with people to prove that it's your favorite sport. You come to a street corner. Two guys are playing pickup basketball over here. A guy's playing stickball over here. There's a tennis match, and over there's a fist fight. Where's the crowd? It's around the fist fight because it's simply more compelling. Fighting is more compelling because it's not a metaphor for anything else. It's literal. You know, the imposition of will is literal. I hit the other guy goes down, his brain tells his legs, get up, can't do it. It's just more compelling. But if you redid the thought experiment, and now it's Tiger Woods putting the golf ball, and it's LeBron playing Kobe one-on-one, etc., and it's two no-names in a fist fight, still there's some people around the fist fight. That's how awesome boxing and MMA are. But now the crowd is differently distributed, right? Now more people are, because we sell sports the way we understand the world as people through narrative, through story. Stories are only as interesting as the characters are compelling. Do you know the characters? Are you emotionally invested in them? Do you know what's at stake for them? Do you know the huge obstacles they have to overcome? How big are those obstacles, right? So when people understand the characters and what's at stake for them, they love boxing. But boxing doesn't have a Dana White. And as a result, not enough people know about enough of the characters in boxing. In fact, post-Pacquiao, once Floyd beat Pacquiao, Triple G is too big for Floyd. The only other combat sport participant that people really know and are invested in at the moment, since John Jones has had his problems, is Conor McGregor. So you know Floyd Mayweather, you know Conor McGregor, and you want to see a fight, but you are mostly interested in seeing fights, at least mainstream is, in between characters that you know. These are the two characters you know. It happens to be they weigh about the same. They're about the same size, so they can fight. What this fight demonstrates is the appetite that people have for combat sports, which is enormous, and also the scarcity, the paucity of boxers that the mainstream public knows, precisely because in boxing there is no one brand or promotional outfit or tour on the level of the UFC. There is no Dana White in boxing. If there was, boxing would be in better shape.
Here's the deal. This fight is a great, great thing for boxing. And here's why. Because it brings attention to the sport in ways that we've lost an appreciation for. Allow me to explain. You got Conor McGregor versus Floyd Money Mayweather. That is clearly an exhibition. Well, why do we call it an exhibition? Because we have to have stuff to compare it to. Max Kellerman, we just started off this show talking about some of the great fighters that have existed in the sport of boxing. Largely, for the most part, we don't talk about those dudes anymore. Why? Because the sport has cheated us by delaying what we all want and what we all covet. This is why we have to give major props to Dana White along with Floyd and Conor McGregor for making, and Al Heyman for that matter, for making this kind of stuff happen when the people are clamoring for it. And what does it also have us doing, Max? We got Andre Ward and Kovalev fighting this weekend. That's a monster fight for the light heavyweight championship of the world. We're looking forward to that. We got Canelo versus Triple G September 16th. We're definitely looking forward to that. We just saw Errol Spence Jr., my favorite, going up against Kell Brook, okay? We definitely appreciated that. The kind of things...
Stephen A., Joshua Klitschko for the heavyweight title.
That's right. That's right. Even though, again, that was in England.
Been a great year.
It doesn't involve an American. It's still a great fight, but it doesn't involve an American. But I'm just talking about for America right now. The reality is clear. Having a fight like this forces us to pay attention to the sport of boxing, what it's lacking, to the sport of the UFC and why it's elevating in popularity. It forces us to pay attention to what one sport is doing, what one sport is not doing, and most importantly, it reminds the power brokers, the influence makers, or the decision makers rather, to literally pay attention to getting back to giving people what they want when they want it, as opposed to delaying it for years. That's what this fight does, and that's why we have to appreciate it.
And let's talk about Dana White. That's why I said boxing doesn't have a Dana White, and therefore people don't know enough of the characters. Let me tell you what Dana White's a boxing fan. Before big fights, Dana called, we talk about fights, about boxing. He loves boxing. That's why, he respected Canelo and Triple G that date. He's going to be at that fight. I'm sure he's certainly going to be watching that fight and very interested in it because he loves the fight. And as a guy from that background, he looked at boxing and said, as a combat sports lover, said, man, look at all these mistakes that are made in this industry.
Well, Max, when he
talked to Fertitas into buying Zuffa, into buying the UFC, he used boxing as an example of what to avoid.
Max,
so the
we'll
UFC,
get into Dana in a little bit.
We're doing a whole segment on Dana. So let's get back to Oscar and what Oscar had to say. Because you and I both know when Oscar came out and said it, this is the one part that we got to give Dana credit for when he said this about Oscar. As much as I appreciate where Oscar's coming from, and he's right because it doesn't compare as a boxing match to what we're going to see with Triple G versus Canelo, the reality is clear. If Oscar De La Hoya had an opportunity to do this fight, he would not have turned it down. He would have jumped at it to make this money. So it's one thing for him to say, okay, this is not a fight that really should happen. It's a discredit to the sport as far as Mayweather is concerned. There's some validity to that because the greatest in the sport shouldn't be given a novice an opportunity to step into the ring with him. You could make that argument, but it's false for Oscar to sit up there, or wrong rather for Oscar to sit up there and say you shouldn't buy the fight. Right. That's excessive.
Oscar
that really was.
I, as a fan, would buy the fight. There's no doubt, or buy the hype. There's no doubt it's going to be spectacle. I like the fact that you get to see it. But I'm the kind of guy who likes to know, who wins, a shark or a killer whale, like on National Geographic Channel. By the way, there's an answer, the killer whale. It's not even close. And that's like this fight. But still, I'm interested in it. There is interest in it. That's why it's being made. But it is not a competitive sporting athletic competition. That's not what this is. What these guys understand, though, in a way that we don't, I liken it to LeBron and then KD. What LeBron understood, in spite of all the criticism making that super team in Miami, is criticism. When I win the championships, that other stuff will fade. They'll remember the chips. KD, same thing. He joined the super. He improved on LeBron's design. I won't form a team. I'll join a team. That's even worse than what LeBron did. See how LeBron's considered the best? Watch what's going to happen to me. And now there are arguments that Kevin D, incorrectly, that Kevin Durant is the best player in the world. They understood it. They were wiser than the rest of us in that way. And this is what Conor and Floyd and Dana and everybody understand. That with all the time between now and August 26th, with shows like ours and all the other media covering this event, which is hype, it's an exhibition of Floyd in a boxing ring against someone with no chance, with no hope. But we have to think about how to talk about this for 2 months now. 2.5 months. Everyone's going to have to cover it and think of new angles. It's the nature of the media because we want to stay interested. You want to stay interested. Hit it from all the angles. And when you're doing that, you're hyping the fight. And one of the elements of doing that is figuring out how the other guy may have a chance to win. So right now I'm on 0%. You guys are on 1% for Conor. Let's see where we are on August 25th. They understand this, that the structure of the media is such that by the time this fight comes off, it will be perceived by many, because of the way we cover it, through no fault of members of the media, through the way the media is structured, the way we cover it will appear like it's an actual competition by the time the fight comes off. And that's one of the reasons it's going to do big business.
First of all, you're wrong, and you're wrong on several fronts. Number one, there's no show like ours. You need to wake up and recognize that. We're
You know what? You just won your first
show.
debate, Stephen A.
You need to stop saying that. We're a one-of-a-kind
I
show. That's
concede
why
the
we're
first
first
argument.
in.
That's W's today.
Secondly, and more importantly, I'm going to be bold enough to say it. You want to know all about this fight, you want fresh angles or whatever the case may be, don't turn the channel. Don't even turn to another television show on this channel. Just come to First Take and we'll have it covered. Between you and my knowledge of the sport of boxing, combined with our connections, what else is there to talk about? Wake up and smell the Old Spice, Max Kellerman. Ain't no reason to go anywhere else. You can come right here. That's number two. Number three, let's get back to the issue of this fight. Of course it's about height primarily, but I do think it's more of a fight than you're giving it credit for. In this respect, even if it's one-sided, Max, that don't mean it wasn't a fight. The fact of the matter is that I think that Floyd is a magician, and I believe he will completely school Conor McGregor. You know what else I believe? I believe what Dana White said. Conor McGregor is going to come. He's walking in there with one mission. He knows he's not trying to outbox Floyd Money Mayweather. He's coming to try and knock him out. And as a UFC fighter, accustomed to taking kicks and elbows and getting choked and all of this other stuff on top of being punched at, this dude probably believes that he can walk right through Money Mayweather and try to take him out. His only suspense is whether or not he can catch Floyd. That's it. In terms of taking Floyd's hits and stuff like that, Conor McGregor's not worried. He's going to try to walk right through Floyd. I'm just saying, it's going to be, that may make it a destruction, but what I'm trying to say is that it's going to be a brawl before it ends.
Stephen A.,
and if that's the case, that makes it a fight.
You just proved my point. That was brilliant. That's exactly right. Conor McGregor's fighting spirit will actually hasten his demise. The question is not can he catch Floyd. The question is, as aggressively as Conor's going to fight, can he go the distance? The answer is no. Spoiler alert, right? I should have said that first. The answer is no, he can't go the distance.
He's not going the distance.
But, no, of course not. But he will be, that's partly because he is all heart and will bring the fight to Floyd in a super aggressive way, giving Floyd the ability to do whatever he wants to do, hastening Conor's demise, producing more action. But see what you just did, Stephen A.? You just, through that brilliant point, helped sell the fight. The media is set up this way. We will be thinking, you and I will be primarily, will be thinking of angles to talk about this because it's interesting to talk about. And in so doing, the fight will become increasingly interesting.
But it's not just
all the participants
but you're acting like you're just acting like it's a headline or it's something that's being choreographed to generate interest. I'm saying to you, that's real. The reality is that if you're Floyd, listen, if you're Floyd and you've been devoid of power at the upper divisions for the last several years because of the multitude of hand injuries, and you've got somebody who's known as a knockout artist whose only objective is to try to come and catch you, I'm saying to you, it's a fight. Let me put it to you this way, Max. It certainly is two different stratospheres. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not comparing the two.
Yeah.
But Marvelous Marvin Hagler was a great boxer and fighter, was he not?
No doubt.
All right, wasn't Tommy the Hitman Hearns, despite that knockout power, wasn't he a great boxer? That jab was sensational.
Yes, he was.
That right hand was great. When they fought each other in that first round, was there anything about boxing? No, it was a brawl. They were just swinging. I mean, damn. It's arguably the greatest first round we have ever seen in the history of boxing. What I'm saying is you've got two excellent boxers who threw all of that aside and was just swinging and hitting each other. It was a damn brawl. I'm saying to you, let's say the fight ended. Let's say the fight had ended in Number two, he's unblemished. Conor McGregor, we've already seen him lose to Nate Diaz, okay? So we saw that. There's no novelty in that. Number three, and more importantly, you got to remember something here. And it's amazing how people react. I don't sit up there and bring up race always as a negative. Sometimes, most times, I'm just highlighting the dichotomy that exists, or rather what is taking place in our society and how we can't avoid it. Floyd Money Mayweather is a African American who's probably worth over $1 billion, who flaunts and flosses unapologetically, for the most part, to promote whatever he's doing, but nevertheless, that's what he does. And by the way, never, ever, ever hesitates to tell the man, I don't have to answer to you. They have bosses. I'm my own boss. In society that we live in, where so many people, most of us, have to go to work every day and have someone we have to answer to defer to, that have dominion over us and our lives, Floyd Money Mayweather is one of the rare individuals in American history to have the luxury of not having to worry about that at all. And oh, by the way, he's filthy rich. I'll throw that in the equation again. And he's unapologetic about the authority and dominion that he has over his life. On so many occasions, as we watch things take place in our society, even with a Colin Kaepernick, what is really happening right now? It is influencers, it is the decision makers that are saying we have to exercise and maintain control. If you are a black man in America, you happen to know this and believe this to be fact, the system appears more interested in controlling us than maximizing our potential, even when it's to their benefit. You can't find a black man that won't validate or authenticate what I just said. Floyd Money Mayweather found a way to do that for himself, to be his own man, and to be answerable to no one. And a vast majority of Americans do not like that. In all likelihood, due to envy just as much as any other emotion. And because of that, that creates that maelstrom of vitriol that makes folks want to see him lose. He wasn't a knockout artist, Max, but you went to see him anyway. Why did you go see him against everybody else? Why did the pay-per-view numbers take place? Why did the man make over $800 million after not being able to knock anybody out? It's because he sold you on a personality that made you despise him to the point where you wanted to see him lose. That's what everybody's paying for. And that's the reason why they'll pay for this one. They want to see him fall.
And by the way, that's where the undefeated record also plays into that, because as much as you want to see him lose, he never has. Raising the stakes constantly. Oh, I'd love to see him lose. You know, most people, as you say, they go to work, they take L's every day like you, Stephen A. I've never lost. And here you are taking these L's every day. Actually, not true. You got me on one today. I forgot what it was. But no, yeah, when I said
you forgot, you always forget the L's. You forget
right.
the L's every day. The guy that I know perpetually has amnesia.
You said the first take is the only place to go, and I said that's true. That's your first W. So maybe Conor McGregor does have a chance. If Stephen A. can get one off me, maybe Conor McGregor can get one off Floyd. But this is look. You're right. Generally, the general public, I agree with you. They're rooting harder for Conor McGregor to win and Floyd Mayweather to lose. However, I want to address boxing people, Stephen A., because I think there's a reason why you're noticing, if you follow the boxing media, a lot of vitriol about the fact that this fight was made. It's not only because of the lack of respect for the craft of boxing, right? Because people don't understand. It's not two guys just throwing punches. It's a discipline. It deserves respect, just as MMA does. And an MMA fighter in his first professional fight got 0 shot against Floyd, and the fact that, you know, MMA fans and people who don't know a lot about boxing, oh, McGregor's going to win, you're wrong. You know, that's just wrong. Okay, fine. But it goes beyond that. Boxing people have a dilemma. Because you're right, most people want to see Floyd lose, and that includes most boxing people. But here, boxing people do not want to see Floyd lose. That would be disastrous for boxing. If the best practitioner currently, or until very recently because he retired, loses to a novice. That's a terrible look for boxing. And so boxing people, many of whom really don't like Floyd, partly because they've dealt with him and they don't like the way they've been treated, partly because they don't like his public persona. what's been made, they have to root for Floyd, and they don't know what to do. That's part of the reason you'll notice out of the boxing media, it's not just that they say, hey, this is a farce, or hey, this is an exhibition, Floyd will win easily, but they're actually angry about it. I think that's part of the reason.
Well, let me tell you this. You saying, and listen, you would know better than me, so I'm not really debating. I'm just telling you what I think about this, because you know the boxing community a hell of a lot better than me. I'll give you that, even though I know a lot of guys in boxing. But I will tell you this. When we say that Floyd losing would be a disaster for the sport, here's where I would challenge you, Max, and ask you to respond. If Conor McGregor pulled up the upsets of upsets, it would elevate the profile of the UFC even more. We'll look at those fighters with more intrigue, and we'll entertain the possibility that they could challenge some of the dudes in professional boxing. That widens when you talk about not widening the gap, but widening the opportunities that are available for all of us to see interesting and good fights. It also raises the stakes. And more importantly than that, you got dudes like Dana and others who built this sport by giving us the fights that we wanted to see when we wanted to see them. That would force boxing to do the same, and as a result, the winner is Joe Public. I don't see how it's a loss.
One of the major criticisms of boxing, we've discussed this, Max, is that we don't get to see the fights we want to see when we want to see them. Just look at Manny Pacquiao-Floyd Mayweather match, which ended up being about 5 years too late. But in the UFC, Dana White makes that happen. Fans getting the fights they want when they want them. That's why you have to respect him so much from that respect. Max, what impact has Dana had on the fight game?
An immeasurable impact. It's unbelievable. Look, marketplaces are very efficient at allocating resources in the short run. In other words, if it's just a bunch of independent contractors, which is what boxing is really, then the fighters who should get paid according to the marketplace do, but that's not as good for a sport or even energy policy in this country, say, and letting the marketplace just do its thing constantly in the moment, as having someone there who can look out for the long-term interest, which is Dana White. He can say, yeah, I know right now this may be good, but in the long run it won't be. He can also say, yes, I know these fighters want to wait until demand is more pent up so they can really cash in, but the public wants to see this fight now, and that's what's most important. Dana White, I had dinner with Dana White and a bunch of UFC fighters going back, 15 years ago, right when Zuffa bought the UFC. And Dana was telling me at the time about his plans for the organization. And I looked at him and I felt sorry for him, Stephen A., because I thought his ambition is such that maybe if he makes every right move 50 years from now, it'll be where he wants it to be. It takes a long time to change the culture of a country, what they'll accept. At the time, state athletic commissions weren't sanctioning the UFC, all these kind of things. And within 5 or 10 years, he did what he said he was going to do, and I thought would take half a century. He's been amazing for the UFC, and it's the reason it's ascending.
Max, let me teach you something about being an insider. What you do is you find somebody's weakness and you squeeze. Everyone has adversaries. Everyone has enemies. Everyone has individuals who think opposite of what they think or what they're doing. And that's where you go. When somebody doesn't want to talk to you, you find somebody who can't stand them, but they know them and know what to tell you, so you can sit up there and have the information that you need. That's how you do this. And if you're Dana White, here's what he did. He looked at the sport of boxing. He said, what's the #1 impediment to their success in the mind's eye of the American public? You know what that is, Max Kellerman? Not giving people the fights they want to see when they want them. Thinking about what you want as opposed to what they want. That was why he was so aghast at what Oscar De La Hoya said when he encouraged people not to buy the fight. He's saying, what are you doing here? Let the public decide. We would not have put this fight together if the public were not clamoring for it by stopping me on the street every time they saw me to ask me, Dana, is this fight going to happen? That's why he worked diligently to get Conor McGregor with Floyd Money Mayweather to make something like this happen. So what was he doing? He's saying, look, you all are the public. You all tell us what you want. It's not the other way around. Then it's our job, it's incumbent upon us to deliver. That is the antithesis of what some would say by and large, the boxing community has done. Now,
Right.
HBO has done a phenomenal job over the years, led by you, your predecessor, the great Larry Merchant, the voice of boxing, Jim Lampley, and others, because you worked diligently to give people the fights that they wanted to see as best as you possibly could. But the promoters control a lot of the sport, which served as an impediment to great networks like HBO and others. In the case of Dana White, you can't do that in the UFC. Those fighters fight when Dana White tells them to fight. We knew Ronda Rousey had no business in the octagon a few months ago after getting knocked out. She wasn't ready, but damn it, when she decided to come back, Dana White said, "This is who you're fighting, and get over it, because this is what it's going to be." And the list goes on and on and on, because they get what they want.
There is hey, you know what they should do in boxing? There's no they there.
Yeah, that's
like,
an
you know,
issue.
NFL, NBA, etc. There is a they there in MMA. It's the UFC and Dana White, and it's made all the difference.
Wow, that was pretty amazing. It was very hard not to say anything while that was going on, but I did not want to interrupt. Those two guys really know what they're talking about, and they covered a lot of ground there for us. I'm now going to take you to the next one I had lined up for you, and this credit here goes to ESPN, and it's regarding the rumors that the ticket sales are slow for the event. So there's people that agree and disagree with that. That's a pretty big deal because this whole thing is built around the hype. So let's see what they have to say about it.
First Take will be in the building in Sin City. So with all the hype surrounding the much anticipated crossover mega fight, you'd expect the matchup between Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor to be sold out, right? Yeah, it is just the opposite. Thousands of seats are still available for a fight that's chasing a box office record date of over 72 million. The cheapest seats available are $3,500 face value. Max?
Yep.
What does this say about the fight?
Needs a market correction in terms of the ticket pricing. That's all that it is. This is not an indication that it's going to do bad pay-per-view business. The pay-per-view business will be booming. And by the way, the record before Mayweather and Pacquiao did $4.5 million was in the twos. No one had ever broken $3 million before.
Yeah.
And now it's like,
the
if it's $2 or $2.5 million, that's a huge, huge success. They're going to do monster pay-per-view business. The tickets have obviously been overpriced. August in Las Vegas for a spectacle that no one who really knows anything thinks is going to be competitive. This is like, if it was in the octagon, the reason Floyd would never get in the octagon with McGregor is because the fight would be over in 30 seconds.
Wouldn't last a minute.
Right, and just like McGregor has zero shot against Floyd. That's why you hear stuff out of Floyd on the promos like, "Oh, I'm not the same fighter I was a couple years ago. This McGregor is tough."
Build the drama.
Pretty soon, Floyd's going to be dropped in sparring or something like that because they need to pump up the opponent because people who know McGregor doesn't have a shot. But now they've overpriced the tickets at an awkward date in Las Vegas. That's all it is. They bring the ticket prices down, they'll sell them out.
Here's my thing. I'm going to defer to you with all of this, with this boxing, because you understand it far better than I do, because you cover it so great. Here's my thing. I'm not going to sleep on it the way everybody is. I don't think the ticket sales will lag. I think as close we get to the event, folks will show up. Because what I know for a fact, knowing Floyd, is that he is a master at getting people to hate him. If you can convince anybody you got a shot to see Floyd Money Mayweather fall, people are going to buy it because of that reality alone. And with Conor McGregor, this is the one thing that I would say to you that you underestimate, Max. It's not just a puncher's chance. I'm not assuming that he's going to play by all the rules.
Right.
Yeah.
You see, you got to understand this. You got to understand. And why do I go there? And Max, you can appreciate this. I've seen plenty of fighters get hit with elbows in the boxing ring. You hit, bang! You know what I'm saying? You miss, but you follow
That's
through.
all in his contract, that he can't do any of that.
Yeah, but he don't care. You got to remember something.
And you can bend the rules, too.
And you can bend the rules. You got to remember, I've seen Tyson do it. I've seen Holyfield do it. I've seen a whole bunch of people do it. I'm talking about guys, Max, correct me if I'm wrong here, literally throw a punch and miss, and the follow-through was with the elbow.
Oh, you're trained to do that.
So you're trained to do that. So I'm thinking about, okay, MMA, UFC. If anybody would be experts in that category, wouldn't it be there?
I'm with you.
And so all I'm trying to say is that when I think about Conor McGregor, even though I don't expect him to be able to touch Floyd, I expect Floyd to destroy him. The flip side to it is that I'm looking like, if Conor McGregor, if he gets frustrated, if he gets embarrassed, if he gets annoyed, is he willing to lose tens of millions, particularly if he's been convinced he can make it back up? Because
You're right, he probably could make more in the end.
Think about it, even if he cheated, if he sat up there and dropped Floyd, even if it was unlawfully, you understand, meaning cheating in the ring, I mean, you realize how popular he'll be over that?
I'm with you, but let me just put a twist to that, okay?
Sure.
I don't think it's as simple or as obvious as he misses with a fist and elbow. I think that he gets inside, maybe Floyd ties him up. And Conor's like, oh, you want to wrestle? This is how I wrestle, throws Floyd down.
That's right.
It's the second or third round. You know, Floyd's easily doing whatever he wants. He's talking to the commentators ringside as he's hitting him. You know, the whole thing.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden, Floyd goes down and something hurts his shoulder, something. So the fun, you know, like it's DQ. Not only will they get paid, there'll be a rematch. Like, so something like that could happen. But as a competitive, well, it's not a competitive sporting event. Just not a competitive sporting event. And by the way, to just demonstrate that, that's why you're going to hear very soon something happened with Floyd. He doesn't look good in training camp, something, because they're going to have to goose, you know, the fans. So if Conor McGregor at some point in the last 5 years took a top 20 fighter in his weight class in boxing, 8 rounds, and lost a close decision even, they would say, oh, you know what, he's a fighter who can handle himself against a world-class fight. That's not the case. We're talking about a guy who was a good but not great boxing amateur years and years and years ago and has no professional fights and has never gone 4 rounds.
Listen,
I have one question once you're done.
Again, no one should be confused. We know he shouldn't be able to literally touch Floyd. All I'm trying to say to you is that in a pugilistic sport, you never know what could happen because dudes just start cheating. Something happens. I just don't. They're too wild.
It's too much.
Real quick, because we've got 60 seconds. And I know you said a lot of it's money, the ticket price. I'm debating whether I'll buy a ticket or not. But do you think it's also boxing purists are just boycotting this?
Well, I mean,
it's just going to be an MMA crowd?
It might indicate that the whales, that the really big, heavy hitters who bet on fights and stuff and get ringside tickets, that some of them realize this is a joke. They don't want to, or they don't think it's competitive. I don't think that's what it is. I think just a market correction fixes the ticket.
Simple thing. This is the last thing I'm going to say about it. I don't give a damn what happens in this fight. There is no excuse for anyone who loves boxing to miss Triple G versus CONOR.
Of course, and we're going to be there for that too.
Zero.
By the way, and
that's real deal boxing. We have to leave it.
And Mayweather McGregor will be a lot of fun. I mean, like, you know, it's
totally different deal. We get it.
Okay, there you have it there. Now we're going to change over. And here's a cool video by Orko Playworry, which there is a link to the video in the description for you. This is pretty cool stuff.
I didn't know which is which. Seeing it, the
And it's pretty cray-cray. So enjoy. This is awesome.
Trust me, he got greedy here. That was a big mistake. You misadvised him. You should have kept him retired. It's your fault. Your ass gonna get killed. You gonna get killed. Hey, what you think you gonna look like when you get your ass up and your ass got knots all over your damn head? Your boy is going to sleep. No, you go. gonna beat the shit out of you.
He's gonna wake up a better
He's
man.
gonna beat the shit out of you. I guarantee you that. And your ass been knocked out before too.
No, never.
No, don't tell no damn.
No, never.
Never.
I haven't even been tickled.
Oh, but get the hell out of here. How many fights have you lost? How many fights have you lost? How many fights have you lost?
Submission.
All right.
Submission. Something you know nothing about.
You
don't know nothing
I
about
do
this
know. I
game.
know about it. I know about it.
I found shin
You
bone
done lost 3 fights.
off opponents' heads.
You lost
That's
3
the game
fights.
I come from.
You done lost 3 fights. The boy's gonna beat your ass. You're gonna lose 4.
This isn't an actual fight, so this is a boxing match. So I still wouldn't count this.
You know how the fuck you out boxing.
He's never even had a fight. He's never even had a fight.
That man has beat all the top fighters there is. And all them same fighters that he beat can beat your ass.
He's beat a lot of bums.
That's
He's
right.
beat a lot of hot fighters.
Shane Mosley will beat your ass.
Wow, with you?
Shane. All of them guys will beat your ass.
Are you serious? Shane Mosley. He's about 90. It's played 2018, mate. It was a good back and forth, I think. I don't know. We're just going at it. It is what it is. It's all noise at the end of the day. So,
You think your son finished him under 4?
yeah. No, well, I don't. All this, it's all just noise at the end of the day. The fight is the fight. We're going to get in and we're going to fight. So I look forward to it.
We talked about it.
Spit it out.
I'm going to spit it. Ain't gonna spit it out.
Take that flip-flop out of your mouth.
I'm gonna get this right here.
Go. What is it?
Oh my God.
After my son beat your ass,
You're a fan, Floyd. I
I'm next.
know you're a fan.
I'm next.
You're a fan. I can see it in your eyes.
I know. Hey,
You're a fan of my shit. I can see a fan when I fucking see one. You're a fan. Someone sent him a signed autograph.
Now you talk about how small he is. He gonna whoop your ass while he's small. And now you running up on me. I'm gonna beat this shit out of you.
Brilliant. Good man, Floyd. Have a seat now.
Conor, 16 months ago, just having Conor, 16 months ago, we talked about this fight together one day, and it was talked about as potentially being $1 billion fight, and it could still be that. Serious question. Obviously, you're going to go out there and deliver on August the 26th, and if you beat Floyd, you know, it will be massive for you, and potentially you may fight him again, we don't know. But how difficult or how easy will it be to go back to MMA afterwards? Because you are going to earn an extraordinary amount of money for this.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Say it again.
You're going to earn an extraordinary amount of money.
One more time.
An extraordinary amount of money.
Look, I love a true fight. Elbows, knees, shin bone, foot. You ever bounce a shin bone off a nose bone? You ever dug an elbow into the temple? It's an unusual feeling. It's an unusual feeling when the elbow bone digs into the temple. It's a nasty little one, but it's something that I just enjoy. It's something I love to do. So I look forward to going back to MMA and have a true fight after this. Maybe rematches and all will probably be in there, I'm sure. We'll see, but I'm not forgetting my mixed martial arts training. I always focus on my kicking game. I always focus on my grappling. I always focus on my wrestling. I always focus on my... And then occasionally I do a little bit of boxing here.
Hey, when do you want to box me? Tomorrow?
Somebody's home has got to go.
You want to box me? Do you want to box me tomorrow? That's right. Do you want to box me tomorrow?
Stop.
Do you want to box me tomorrow?
Box you tomorrow?
Yes.
Box you tomorrow?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We're going to do it.
Do you want to have a fight? Do you want to put on the MMA gloves and have enough?
I'm going to beat the dog shit out of you, believe me.
How much have you got? How much have you got? Your money's paying.
Conor, you're fighting the #1 boxer of this generation in his sport. So, should we use deductive reasoning
them for big Irish balls.
Let me ask the question. Do you believe you can beat every boxer that's 154 pounds and under?
Yes.
Connor, what did you say to Floyd when you guys were talking? Right?
There was many exchanges. The main one was the gloves. So he was like, up on the stage, he was saying something, we can do 8 ounce, we can do 4 ounce. I was like, well, hold on. You were crying and their gloves had to be 10 ounce and they couldn't be gloves made from Mexico. They couldn't be Mexican-made gloves. They couldn't be gloves made out of horsehair. I didn't even know there was gloves made out of horsehair. We're only wearing gloves a couple of years in their game. I don't even need gloves to have a fight. So it was all just amusing to me as it was going on. But he was talking up there like, we do 4 ounce, we do this, we do that. I was like, let's do it then. And then he was saying something about, I'll do MMA after. I'll fight you MMA after. It's like, look, don't be talking stuff you wouldn't do. You'd never step over into this game. So, but look, it's all been, I'm enjoying myself. Like I said, it's a different setup. Everything is just different. They didn't tell me, they tried to kind of, they kind of set me up a little bit, just rolled me out there. It's like, what, I was on the stage before I knew it. I was standing on the stage for about 10 minutes. But look, I'm just embracing it, enjoying myself. I feel good, I look good. My company's name is on the poster. Life is so damn good and I'm blessed.
What about your conditioning? It's 12 hard rounds, you've never gone 12. And in those 2 great fights with Nate Diaz, you did get very tired.
Your ass is in trouble, please.
Oh shit.
Yes.
You were winded in those 2 great
You're gonna
fights
beat
with
the
Nate
shit
Diaz.
You're talking about 200-pound man there. You're talking about grappling exchanges. You're talking about elbows, knees, kicks. You're talking about a hell of a different contest. A little boxing fight where there's a referee to save the day every time there's a tie up with a clinch. 12 minutes is nothing. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but this game is very easy. It's a very easy game compared to my game.
You hear what I say?
Say that again?
I said if you do it, your ass will be sued. And you box. That's what you're gonna do, and we're gonna beat the shit out of you.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's right, whatever. You right.
Whatever, I've got the money after the fight, so sue me. No, don't be worried. Don't get your lawyers after me saying, will you? I thought we're fine now. I'm making on the legal battle.
You trying to sweep the
That was a fight.
You trying to
This is
sweep it?
bollocks. Legal and everything. We're having a fight, mate. Don't get your lawyers after me, please.
I want everybody down here right now.
See ya. Tell him.
Whoop your ass tomorrow.
Tell him. As long as he speaks my name with respect, I will abide by the boxing rules. I'll abide by the Marquis of Queensberry rules, only if he speaks my name. If he disrespects me during this tour or during this build-up, then maybe I might just bounce an elbow off his eyebrow. So that's on him how he does it.
If you do that, I'm gonna knock the fuck out of you.
But here's the thing, listen to this. By the time you climb up into the ring from the steps, he'll already be bust open from the eyebrow down. I'll catch you stepping into the ropes. If I strike him or strangle him in that fight, he'll be
Fuck out of here, and I'll beat the shit.
Oh, that's fast!
I'll beat the shit. Damn right, man. I'll beat the shit out of you. And you know what? I just scared your ass. Do it again. Just scared your ass. Do it again. Do it again.
You're a good man, Senior. You're a good man. Now look, as long as he's nice and quiet and respectful, I'll follow the Marquis of Queensberry rules. If he doesn't, if his head dips down low, I might just wrap it up in a strangle. You know it takes 3 seconds. You know it takes 3 seconds to sleep a man from a strangle. An untrained neck, not used to it, it takes 2 seconds. So if I wrap around his neck and strangle him, he will be asleep within 2 seconds on the canvas in that ring. That's quicker than it will take you to come into the ring. So be very, very respectful with how you speak my name. See you now, Floyd.
That was fun.
Wow. That was amazing. I thought Senior was never gonna run out of steam there. He was really worked up. Wow. He he wants his own fight. What do you guys think about that? My goodness. My 4-year-old niece,
Is Conor McGregor
my
really
4-year-old niece wants to get in the ring and fight against Mayweather. I
An
wonder if
asshole.
they'll sign her too.
Conor, when I look at Conor's a big talker.
Check this out. Here's a different perspective for you on Conor McGregor, and then I have one for you also about Mayweather. You might hear some very interesting things here that you didn't know about these gentlemen, and I think it'll be an eye-opener for some of us. Here we go.
Who the fuck is
This
that
is
guy?
credit goes to Mind
I'm actually
Smash.
horrible for this guy. Conor, do you know what wrestling is?
I can rest my balls on your forehead. I have an unhealthy obsession with spending money, but I have a healthy obsession with making it.
I've ridiculed everyone on the roster. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. The double champ does what the he wants.
But if so, who's this guy?
We'll go again.
You feel for that. You don't. That can happen. You know. You don't want to see it like that. It would have maybe a little bit stretched out, but I don't like looking at these things. You know. At the end of the day, we are all competitors. Nothing but respect from my competitors. That we all need each other at the same time. You know. His last wishes to talk on the phone to you. And I ran the kid and we talked for a long, long time. I thought we was friends. In the hospital, his family. And last night, he passed away. So my head up because this little kid is in Ireland, and I'm telling the kid I'm gonna take this belt and I'm gonna bring the belt to you and raise the belt. They were thinking maybe if he got a little bit better, we could fly him out to Vegas. And I don't know. It's just a really sad situation. And it's heartbreaking. I don't know. Would have been nice if I could have maybe. I don't know.
The way he slammed TJ. Why would he do that?
There's a little snake in the grass right there. Hey, little boy.
How's it going?
You lost?
Definitely lost.
So you were with Wayne? You were with Wayne?
Yeah, he's a good coach.
Oh, he took you out of college? He took you out of college and you just ditch him?
No, absolutely.
No, you ain't still there.
This clip will give some insight.
Is it not true that people used to pick on you from the mob?
Yeah, definitely walking.
Would they beat you up?
Yeah, no, you know, I've definitely got into fights. I've got jumped a couple of times. No, I was surrounded by people who maybe were, I thought were my friends at the time, but then you get jumped by a group of people and then you know what, they're not my fucking friends.
Conor was bullied as a child, even jumped by people who proclaimed to be his friend. This was probably a huge factor as to why he keeps his circle small, only keeping around him people he can trust, valuing loyalty and consistency due to the lesson from his troubled childhood.
People are throwing, let's be honest, people are throwing themselves
I
at
just
you.
keep my circle small and that's it. Nobody gets in and nobody gets out.
And so when he sees people running off from the hands that fed them, TJ leaving Uriah for Dwayne, it triggers Conor. It infuriates him.
And I respect loyalty a lot, but I absolutely despise people who are disloyal, people who bite the hand that feeds them. I cannot relate to that in any way.
That's because it triggers recollection of a time when people abandoned him, pretending to be on his side, pretending to be his friend. And his heavy emphasis on making money. Conor was called a waster growing up, a child with no future, and on top of that, giving up his plumbing career to become a mixed martial artist in a part of the world, Ireland, where nobody saw a future in it. You know, boxing heavily dominated the market. How could an Irishman make it big in MMA when there were no Irishmen in MMA? As a result, struggling to get by with the support of his girlfriend in the doll, which is welfare.
My girlfriend has been there from the start. She's helped me throughout this career. If it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. So definitely I look to spoil her. She does not work anymore. I essentially hired her. I hired her to the business, but she works for me now. So it's
In what capacity?
I mean, she collects the checks. That's what she.
He worked with the vision of making life good for everyone who stood by him, to create a life where he didn't have to worry about his girlfriend supporting him, to be able to give back to the people who stood by him. That's why money is so important to him. What about how he flaunts his material wealth? He feels every right to enjoy it because he feels no one works harder than him in the game. But I think there's something deeper to this as well. In Muhammad Ali, they have the answer we're looking for.
Elijah Muhammad Ali used to have a little old house, a real old house, trying to be humble, and all the Negro preachers of Christianity will say to their followers, how can Elijah Muhammad be from God? He lives in a shack. Shouldn't God be able to bless him with a nice home? He wanted to be humble. He could have had a big home. He drove a little old car in his younger days trying to be humble. But they think you don't have nothing. People don't respect you when you look like you don't have no money. I'm trying to wake up my people and help them. So I have to have these things.
Muhammad Ali flaunted his possessions because if he didn't, no one would listen to him. And Conor, being a huge fan of Muhammad Ali,
I take inspiration and motivation from absolutely everything and anything, you know. For me, obviously, Muhammad Ali was probably my first combat sports star that I looked up to. But I've been shaped by many people. But thank you for that compliment again. It's a comparison that's been thrown at me a few times, but I cannot accept a comparison like that. Muhammad Ali is a special man. He changed culture, period. So, but again, I am honored to even be put in that bracket by some people.
Studying him thoroughly, he probably picked that up from him as well. Conor actually studied everyone, taking inspiration from anywhere and everywhere, doing his best to take in anything and everything that would help aid his reign to the top. And he realized that all the greats who amassed a huge fortune had an element of cockiness to them. Muhammad Ali embodied these characteristics as well, and was legitimately hated for it. But when it came down to the truth, he was a human rights activist, a man with a great deal of empathy, who would put himself out there to save you, even when he could have looked the other way very easily.
Had all but given up trying to change the despondent man's mind when Muhammad Ali, who happened to be nearby, volunteered to talk to him. The former heavyweight champion went to a window and reportedly yelled, "I'm your brother. I want to help you." Recognizing Ali, the man finally opened the fire escape door, and Ali approached him on the ledge. It was a very tense 20 minutes.
Conor looked at these people. He looked at Prince Nassim Hamed, Roy Jones, looked at Floyd, Bruce Lee, Ali. All these people who made a name for themselves, and realized they were all loud. That the people who made it to the top had that element of cockiness to them. To give back to his family, his girlfriend, all the people who supported him.
I can do what I've been dreaming of doing. Giving back to people who have given so much to me. I always visualize what giving would feel like. Giving to people who have given to me. What that would feel like. I always dreamed of just showing up one day and be like, here.
Whilst being called a waster, he was willing to do anything to win, even if it wasn't truly who he was. And he justifies it by saying it's the truth.
Do you know when you tell a man, I said it before again, when you tell a man the truth, he can.
Trying not to think about it because deep down, he doesn't actually enjoy it. He doesn't enjoy watching himself in the interviews or the trash-talking segments.
I'm not doing this for this. I'm not doing this for fake acting and pretending I can, you know what I mean? Trying to give emotion to some guy that wants emotion from me. I don't do this for that. But I understand that it's a double-edged sword and you must do that.
He openly admits this. He does it because he feels like he has to. Because at the end of the day, that's what you really want. And actually, off camera, he's a very different person. Donald Cerrone confronting Conor.
Yeah.
You're calling fucking Ireland or what?
How's the body? Yeah, ready to go again. Yes, it is. It's all about the money.
He says it's for the money. Jose Aldo stating Conor is a completely different person when the cameras are off. Quote, I've seen him standing facing the wall, staring at nothing, and everyone is trying to provoke him. And he has a glazed look. He's a normal, quiet guy. But if you see a camera or an Irish person close, he turns. Outside, you see him laughing, joking, talking usual. But then, he turns in such a way that makes you think, son of a Jose Aldo. Overall, he started fighting because he was bullied, and he wanted to be able to protect himself. He found he had a natural aptitude and became passionate about it.
This guy does a bit of training, and does something, we just watch him, we just leave him alone. That was how I started doing it. And then it turns out I was good at it, you know what I mean? I just got lost in it then, and I became more than just that.
Learned from the wealthiest and the greatest, studying them, and now replicates their behavior with tremendous success. In reality, if those things did not work, if being humble worked, he would be humble. If making noise didn't work, he would happily not be making any noise. He does it because he feels like he has to give himself and his family the best in life. And if you look at the Catch Me Outside girl, her making millions, we as a species pay attention to what is loud, what is remarkable.
The thing that's going to decide what gets talked about, what gets done, what gets changed, what gets purchased, what gets built, is it remarkable?
If it's the same, we will say it's nice and walk by it without any cognitive energy spent. We won't give a damn about it. It's only when something stands out of the norm will we expend energy, cognitive effort to smash it back down. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. Japanese proverb. But in doing so, by paying for his fights to watch him hopefully get smashed ironically, through your attention, humanity's most valuable commodity, it will only validate that he was making the right decision whether he likes it or not. And the answer is, he doesn't actually.
I don't do this for that. But I understand that it's a double-edged sword and you must do that.
This leads to another question. If Conor is actually a nice guy and is doing all of this because you want this from him, is Conor the one you should really hate? All along, Conor, a man engineered to what you give attention to, is what you hated? Wouldn't what you hate be yourself if that was true? Think about it. You don't want to change. You don't want to resonate with him. Because if you were to, it would make you question your own existence. It would make you wonder, if he could do it, why can't I? When something stands out, we as humans instinctively want to stomp it back down. Why? Because if it's correct, we would have to go along with it, changing our current belief structures, thus our way of life to adapt. And that takes a lot of energy. Change is very hard. We'd rather lie than accept the truth in most cases, make excuses despite a huge track record of success, saying it was all luck, that it never should have happened. Conor haters don't hate Conor. They hate themselves. People who truly don't give a damn won't pay attention. They give attention because he conflicts with their own internal paradigm of how things should be, and so they must hate him, because the alternative is hating a part of themselves, and that hurts. They hate him because they hate themselves. He makes them wonder, if him, why not me? That's a good question. Why not you? You're right. What does make him so special? Why can't you be just as special, not just in fighting, but more specifically your own walk of life? Is that the message you've been running away from this entire time? The one you avoid, to deny the sparkle of hope from rekindling in your eyes because you hate where you are. This world and everything so much, it all feels so helpless, and your heart is already so heavy from it all. Ignoring any power you could have to change it for the better, because in doing so, you would have to stop projecting the world. And instead, project all the things about yourself that kept your fingertips at bay. You would have to feel the pain of analyzing and rejecting yourself. That hope Conor inspires either makes you love him or hate him. And we can all feel it. But we don't spend the time to understand it, skipping to a bunch of cliches of how morally wrong it is on the surface. When that, in and of itself, is a complete irony. He does it for you. And in doing it for you, he does it for his family. So, back to that question. Should you be allowed to believe in yourself? Thank you, Conor McGregor, for this lesson. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Please don't forget to like and subscribe if you did. It's good karma. And until next time, peace.
Some people will sit and take positivity from that. They will look at that and take inspiration and inspire. It will inspire them to go and push for that. Others will shell up and critique it and be negative towards it. But one thing is sure, those people will stay where they are. The people who take inspiration from it will rise up and also one day experience that life. So
That was pretty cool. That was from Mind Smash. And there's a link in the description for you if you want to see that again. And now we're going to go over to the next video. I just want to take this moment to welcome you to the live stream. Thank you so much for being here. And let's see. So, Sam Beagle. Hey, Sam. Oh, okay. Nice to see you, Sam Beagle, here in the chat. Yes, Sam Beagle says it's going to be Conor. He is voting for Conor. Once this video does post, you can come back and log your vote. Just click on the little eye that's going to be at the top right of the video, and you will be able to cast your vote for who you think is going to claim victory here. Also, there is a choice for undecided and a choice for this fight is a joke. Or you can vote for Mayweather or Conor. So that's a good thing. Sam Beagle, thank you so much for being here. I sure appreciate you. And I know it is very late, so have an excellent rest. And I will talk to you soon there. Sam Beagle. Thank you so much for stopping by the live stream. And now we have a video which the credit goes to 999,999 views. That's the name of the channel. This is going to be great. This is a little history about Mayweather. I think you'll find this very interesting. A lot of things in this video that you probably didn't know. It'll be an eye-opener for sure. Enjoy.
It makes more sense in his case. Even if his beginning came on streets that offered hardly any more promise.
You know, I stayed with my dad.
Hold on just a second. I do have to make one quick adjustment to the stream for you. Hopefully we can get a little bit better quality on that video for you. Hold on, let me take care of this. Let's try this again. And hopefully, maybe after about 30 seconds or so, or 60 seconds, the video should smooth out a little bit for you.
So for a certain period of time. Then eventually I moved with my mother to Jersey. There was 7 people staying in a 1-bedroom apartment, no heat. I mean, sometimes no lights. You know, my mother she was on crack at one particular time, and eventually, you know, I moved back to Grand Rapids, Michigan with my father. You know, I asked my mother, can she move back also? And she eventually moved back to Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I was happy when she moved back, but she was back on drugs. You know, I seen my dad sell my mother drugs. You know, just those are the things that I went through in life. But I'm just, of course, for Floyd Mayweather, it's more than just nice automobiles, more than just mansions, more than just millions of dollars. It's about giving back. You know, I love to, of course, give back to the less fortunate. Give back to a lot of public schools because that's where I come from. A hard, rough life.
Where you at, little Floyd? Right here. Okay, there you are with the crisscross. What color? Red, green, yellow, black. What happened to the shoes, Floyd?
But there was also a dark side to Floyd's childhood. With a drug-addicted mother and a father who always seemed to find trouble. The Mayweather household was a dangerous place.
When Floyd Jr. was only 1, the elder Mayweather was shot in the leg during a family dispute, holding Floyd in his arms when the bullets flew.
I seen a little bit of everything. Seen shootouts, been in the middle of shootouts. When my dad was hustling, doing his thing, I seen my dad sell my mother drugs. And things happen. You know, that was my life then.
Years later, when Floyd was 16 years old, the older Mayweather found trouble again when he was arrested for selling drugs.
My dad was locked up. My dad was locked up in the feds. I had to become a man at a young age, at 16. At 16, I had to provide for myself. Had to make a way for myself. And every day, all I did was continue to dedicate myself to my craft, which was boxing.
Winner from the red corner.
Floyd took it like a champ, but not USA Boxing. They need to get rid of the whole system and get a new establishment to control amateur boxing.
I think that, you know, I don't really want to say I won a bronze medal. I think it's best to say I received the bronze medal, because you can't win a bronze if you lost.
Anybody with one eye and 90 years old can tell me that Floyd Mayweather didn't score at least 40 blows in those 3 rounds. Floyd Mayweather won that round. He won every round. And I said, with all due respect, I will not be involved in an organization that cheats young men out of their right to have a gold medal. And there's my resignation.
We all know I got ripped off, you know. I got to live with it, you know. I'm supposed to, you know, take my bronze medal, you know, and go home, you know. It's time for me to turn professional, you know. I can't deal with this amateur boxing anymore.
Floyd was raised in the gyms of Grand Rapids, Michigan. A youth spent studying those who came before him. His father and his uncle Roger, both well-regarded pros. Still, it was clear early on his talents surpassed even his pedigree. In 1993, under his father's tutelage, Floyd won his first National Golden Gloves Championship. He was 16.
It felt good, but it was very hard. I was struggling, struggling to fight. But first, I want to thank the good man upstairs for giving me this opportunity to win the national championship. And second of all, I want to thank my father.
Get rides to the gym any way I can. If I had to take a bus, sometimes the snow came up past my knees. I was carrying a heavy bag on my back just to get to the gym, just to make things happen.
He would jog for miles. I mean, miles. His dad would just ride along. And I say that he would say, if I quit, then my dad's going to call me a punk. And I'm like, well, just tell him. He's like, no, I can't tell him. You tell him. We started calling Big Floyd Joe Jackson because it was to the point where Floyd just ate, slept, and drank boxing. That's what his life was consumed of.
They go to the gym in the morning and stay till night. So it was hard on him. He didn't never get to play that much. Like the other kids did, he didn't.
Because a person is a Christian, a person is a Catholic, a person is a Muslim, a person is a Jew. I feel under God, I be all I want. I find myself praying all day, all day. I pray every day and all day. Don't nobody know it. That's one of my secrets. And I told you.
Right until the end of the round, even into the next round. Don't quite know what's going on here in the ring.
It's all getting a little bit heated because, as we said before, this is a very pro-Pacquiao house. And Mayweather is celebrating and working the audience. And some people didn't like it.
Sells tickets, and I'm here to sell tickets. You know, I'm a performer. That's what I do. I sell myself.
I'd rather be hated for being real and who I am than be loved for someone that I'm not.
Okay, so what do you think about that? That was pretty cool. Lots of history on Mayweather that probably a lot lot of us don't know about. How hard he had to work as a basically a child, you know, to make up his mind and follow a dream against some pretty horrendous surroundings, and still he made the choice to work hard and pursue a dream, and that's pretty beautiful. And Conor McGregor had his own obstacles, and that he wanted to overcome. And so both of these guys, that's why, you know, when they reach their success, they are super passionate, because it wasn't handed to them whatsoever. They had to get in there, and they had to earn it. And even against all odds, they still had to earn it. So now Conor is going to go into this fight. Basically, he's the underdog, because he's going up against Floyd Mayweather. And so it's pretty interesting, I think, the whole dynamic about you know, looking at them, you know, flaunting their riches and so forth. And sometimes it appears to be something else, and that's all you see, and nobody really got to see all the hard work that it did take for them to reach those goals. So I guess it's easy to say and easier and harder to do.
Ladies and gentlemen,
let's check this out.
defending.
Now this is where it gets dicey. All the fluffiness is gone. Now we go back to reality and where they are now. I want to thank you so much for stopping by the live stream right now. And I also want to thank everyone who will be watching in the post live stream after this posts to the channel. And I appreciate everybody for stopping by and watching. The video is loading right now, so you could bear with me here.
155-pound champion of the UFC, the notorious Conor McGregor.
Alright, this is ESPN, and McGregor guarantees he'll knock Floyd Mayweather out within 4 rounds.
Baby, we did it.
I couldn't hear anything those dead tank. This boxing press conference is a completely different setup than we're used to. But 20,000 people, it's mind-blowing. I'm absolutely honored to be here before you to give you this great spectacle. And somebody's has got to go. He's in a tracksuit. He can't even afford a suit anymore. The roads is at 2012 outside. He is... There's no other way about it. His little legs, his little core, his little head. I'm gonna knock him out inside 4 rounds, mark my words. I always said I will eventually rise up and be in association with. If you zoom in right there over my left shoulder, you can see on the poster McGregor Sports and Entertainment. I rose up and I became in association with. What can I say? I'm a young, confident, happy man that has worked extremely hard for this. I have worked very, very hard for this. So I am just up here embracing everything. Nobody's gonna do nothing. Nobody can do nothing up here to me. I can do what the I want. So, I'm just enjoying myself, having a good time. And that's it. A fight, he will be unconscious inside 4 rounds. The movement, the power, the ferociousness. He's not experienced this. He's fought people who have shied away from him. I don't fear him. I don't fear this limited set of fighting. This is a limited set of rules that makes this half a fight, a quarter of a fight. This isn't a true fight. If this was a true fight, it wouldn't even take 1 round. How's this suit look? It's a cracker. An August McGregor line. I've got my own line of suits coming out. If you zoom in on the pinstripe, it says... Now look, I'm just blessed. This press conference is a little different for me. They try and catch me off guard all over the place. Just try, I didn't even know I had to give a speech. But I'm just enjoying it. All these rules, all these restrictions. It doesn't faze me, it amuses me. The gloves, they have to be 10 ounce, 154 pounds. He's never fought at 154. I think he's fought at 154 maybe once. He wants the gloves up. No problem. Give him the gloves up. I'll wear 10 ounces. No Mexican-made gloves. Okay, no problem. No gloves made out of horsehair. All right, no problem. I don't give a... We're only wearing gloves in our game about 5 years. So I don't give a about gloves or any of that. I'm just enjoying it. It's funny to me, all these rules, and all I need is a gum shield. Line me up to the ring, and I'm good to go. So... I don't know what else to say. I'm just feeling so good. I swear to God, I can't believe contain it. Shout out to my little son, Conor Jr. watching back home. I'm a daddy now. He is the perfect motivation for me to go and once again conquer the supposed unconquerable. My little boy, to provide for him and to set him up for life. I mean, what more motivation could you need? I just look at him and it's like, pushes me on to keep going and keep doing these record-breaking events. I mean, no one's done this before. You gotta give me that. No one's done this. No MMA guy has crossed over like this. There's been a few times in history where people have crossed over. Muhammad Ali fought Antonio Inoki in Japan many years ago under MMA rules. He thought at the time that was a wrestling contest, so that wasn't like this. Then James Toney, who had a very big problem with the sport and a big problem with the UFC, very similar to the way Floyd has, but he crossed over into our world. Floyd has a problem, but doesn't want to come over and deal with it. He wants me to come over his side. That's no problem, I'll do that. That's confidence. Look, let's get this world tour started. Let's have fun. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate it.
That was awesome. He's never at a loss for words. That is for sure. That is for sure. The guy is never at a loss for words. He's thought it all through, and he knows how he feels about everything, and he's not shy about sharing it. So that's pretty cool. Floyd Mayweather is going to speak.
12-time world.
It's queuing up right now for you. I hope you guys are doing great out there. I want to thank you so much for being here on the live stream. I appreciate you. And if you notice here on the left, I have my shout out train, which all my subs will be scrolling, so you can have a consistent shout out going out for you, because you guys mean the world to me. And on the right it says my recent subs. Those are the 2 most recent subscribers, and I like to give you a shout out that way. At the bottom you'll see the Elite Squad, the Got Your 6, and that is the group of subs that goes way beyond the Call of Duty and really goes out of their way to show their love for the channel and their support, and they just do all kind of crazy awesome things. You know, there's fan art and there's videos. They support the live streams, they support the videos, and they comment, and you know, they like the videos and share with their friends and family, and that's what this is all about. But the most beautiful thing is that as I keep growing my channel, all of my subs will continue growing their channels, because this is a community and everybody subs back to each other so that we can all grow together. And my ultimate goal is 1 million subs. That's going to take a while, but I'm going to meet so many beautiful people on my way that I want to make sure and enjoy the journey to 1 million subs, one friend at a time. Okay, so let's see if that video is going to queue up for us now.
World champion in 5 different weight classes, the best ever, the undisputed pound for pound world champion, none other than Floyd Money Mayweather! Hard work! Hard work! Hard work! Hard work! I still got it. All work is what? All work is what? Well, point to the easy work then. "21 is the number." And they say, why is 21 is the... They say, why is 21 the number? Because that's how long I've been kicking ass. I don't give a if it's a ring. I don't give a if it's an octagon. Put me in there and I'ma kick ass. Don't be talking. You do give a if it's an octagon. All work is what? All work is what? Well, point to the easy work then. Oh, y'all already know. Y'all already know I ain't back down for nobody. You line them up and I knock them down like bowling pins. And August 26th, I'ma knock this down too. Yeah, really. I haven't knocked nobody out in about 20 years. Dance for me, boy. Dance for me, son. Dance for me. Hey, give me that backpack. Give me that backpack. Let me show you what $100 million fighter look like. Still got $100 million, and then he never touched it. That's in a tax man. You right. I'm the IRS, and I'm gonna tax your ass. I'm not gonna do.
why I say Mayweather first. We knew I was the A side. That's why this had to come to the boxing ring. Hey, he looked good for a 7-figure fighter. He looked good for an 8-figure fighter. But I'm a 9-figure fighter. And y'all know what? This made $3 million his last fight. Well, we know that's training camp money for me. MGM Grand, I want to thank the MGM Grand. I want to thank Showtime. I want to thank the MMA fans. I want to say thank you to Conor McGregor. I want to thank you and your team. I got to thank Dana White because it takes 2 warriors to bring an event like this together. And the 2 biggest names in combat sports did this. So I didn't do this by myself. This man played a major part in this fight. But August 26th, that's your ass. That's your ass. You name him, and I beat him. We talking about from the 90s to now. We talking about world champion, 18 years. But you know what? It's no problem. He said, oh, Mayweather, I look good in my suit. I said, guess what? August 26th, we're going to have on the same thing. It's going to be the same results. It's going to be the same results. And if you want 8-ounce gloves, let's put 8-ounce gloves on. If you want 4-ounce gloves, let's put 4-ounce gloves on. Don't fool the public. Don't fool the public. Hard work. Hard work. Hard work. Hard work. Yeah. We're going to get off in that ass. We're going to get off in that ass. That's what we're going to do. And guess what? I'm an old man. I'm an old man. I'm not even the same man I was 20 years ago. I'm not the same fighter I was 10 years ago. I'm not the same fighter I was 5 years ago. I'm not the same fighter I was 2 years ago. But I got enough to beat you. And we know Mr. Tap Out like to quit. And you will wave that white flag because you can choose which way you want to go. I'm guaranteeing you this. You going out on your face or you going out on your back? Now, which way you want to go? Which way you want to go? That's right. Sit quiet, you little. Talking about my defense. Come on. Oh, I got good defense. All you need to do is show up. You just show up, okay? And I'm going to do the rest. You just show up and I'm going to do the rest. I'm here right now. You can get it 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 right now. Talking that. Y'all want me to give it to him right now? Right now? No, we're going to save that for the payday. We got to save that for the money. You know, listen, you can do whatever you want to do. You can scream for whoever you want to scream for. You can shout for whoever you want to shout for. God don't make mistakes. And God only made one thing perfect. And that's my boxing record.
Oh, man. Wow. Wow. he did a lot better on this one than he did in London. That was pretty hot. That was pretty hot. He looks kind of riled up.
A school bag on stage. What are you doing with a school bag on stage?
Here comes another one for you.
You can't even read.
Okay, so that was pretty good. He was a lot more engaging. Mayweather was a lot more engaging on this one. He was warmed up and ready to go. They also, I noticed that they turned off Conor's mic, which, I mean, I'm just saying, right? I mean, when Conor's up there talking, saying all that stuff, Mayweather's sitting there waiting patiently. So I'm glad they turned his mic off.
The man doesn't even f***ing live.
We have just released new limited edition Conor McGregor shirts and hoodies. Click the first link in the description to buy one now before we run out. Don't forget to subscribe to MMA Zone and comment down below saying I subscribed to enter our $100 Amazon gift card giveaway.
I'll abide by the Marquis of Queensberry rules, only if he speaks my name. If he disrespects me during this tour or during this build-up, then maybe I might just bounce an elbow off his eyebrow.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say credit to MMA Zone for this video. It was pretty excellent. I thought I'd share it with you, and also plug the gift card giveaway that they have. And so here you go. Here's Conor.
So that's on him how he does it. Well, here's the thing. Listen to this. By the time you climb up into the ring from the steps, he'll already be bust open from the eyebrow down.
What's the message to Floyd? Say it right now. What's the message to him? What's the next step?
Floyd Mayweather. I'ma see you soon.
He's hard to hit. He's one of the best defensive fighters in history. How you gonna land?
I don't care. I don't give a what he is. I disagree. Okay. He can catch it on the glove as well. That's enough to knock him out. My shots break the guard. Check the facts. I bounce heads off the canvas.
So now you got the boxing license now. Are you gonna fight Floyd?
Floyd, what are Floyd gonna do? We're looking for anyone.
Well, he's been talking all this.
I'm the one with the numbers. We're looking for anyone.
Well, he's talking all this smack about you.
This mutant ninja tool.
That's what's up, man. You're the man.
Nobody out in about 20 years. Real fists. Them hands already. Did they hurt more on the poles? Them hands hurt more on the poles. They hurt more on the poles. Make sure you get them.
He's whipping out checks and he's talking this and he's talking that. He owes his bollocks out to the IRS. The Rolls Royces are 2012 out there. They're the old model. So that tells me all I need to know.
He's the scared side. Let's be honest. He's not trying to have a real fight. He needs rules to protect him. I don't need rules. So he can say he's this and he's that, but in reality, he's scared.
The aim is to bounce your shin bone off your opponent's nose bone. That's the game I come from. So I'm going to come out the gate very, very differently. I'm going to paint a very different picture, and I'm going to land my shots and put them away.
Pick them $1 bills up. All you pick them $1 bills up right here. Yeah. Juice head. Look at you blown up. Couldn't run up and back from there without being able to without you fat. They're not on my level. They are not on my level. Roger Mayweather knows how the Mayweathers. But Roger said most people don't know shit about boxing. But Conor McGregor says most people don't know shit about fighting. Trust me. I don't care what rule set it's under. Most people don't know shit about fighting. I'm gonna teach him about true fighting, and that's it. I land one on the dome, anywhere on the dome. He's gonna know about it. That's what I I break the guard. My shots break the guard. My shots break the guard. If we're getting hostile, we'll get hostile.
Are you worried it will?
No. I mean, look, we'll see what happens, isn't it? It's easy to say here in Brooklyn. Ask me after a 10-hour flight all the way to London, and then no sleep, and then thrown onto a stage, how I'm gonna feel. Maybe if something kicks off, it will be after that long flight. You know what I mean? So we'll see, but I'll be ready for anything. So just be very, very careful how you speak my name, and that's it. But when those juice heads start rolling up, Timmy, I actually kind of, again, I was zonked out. I must have been flexing or something, just trying to chill. And then I saw him, then I was like, what? And I jumped up, and then he wasn't there. And I was like, where the f*** is he? And then it was just handbags after that. And then he was out there, and then we squared off.
Floyd's got 3.
So
Floyd's got the one he got, and he got
tax problems.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That's Lord.
That's heavy. That's heavy.
It's hard to get out from underneath.
Damn right it is, especially when I'm on top of you.
49-0, never been knocked down, never been knocked out.
I know every single shot he's been hit with. I know every single shot he's been hurt with. I know southpaws have caused him a hell of a lot of trouble. I know everything. Look, the UFC, MMA, boxing, sports, fighting. Let's just say we fight. It'd be the easiest fight, you know what I'm saying? It'd be the easiest fight ever.
Let me show you motherfuckers what a $100 million fighter look like. Still got $100 million, and then he never touched this shit.
That's an attack, man.
You right. I'm the IRS, and I'm gonna tax your ass.
I'm not gonna do shit. He's in a fucking tracksuit. He can't even afford a suit anymore. The roads is at 2012 outside. He is.
No, you're in trouble.
He's too small.
Man, get the f*** out of here. What are you talking
I'm
about?
just telling you, he's too small, too frail.
Man, you're too frail. You gonna find it out too.
I'm just telling you.
Trust and believe me, you gonna find it out.
Small, senior.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
He's got greedy, and that's it. He's got greedy.
He got greedy.
He could have been 49-0, rode off into the sunset.
He's gonna be 49. Now what the hell you talking about?
Trust me. Why do that? Why not go 147? I'll tell you why. Because he doesn't want me in 8-ounce gloves. He wants me in the bigger gloves, and that's it. So he can say what he wants, and I mean, again, it's documented. That's the beautiful thing about this. Everyone's staring right to the camera and giving their opinion and their verdict. It's all documented. It's all there for me to enjoy. Post it. Look at the size of those two fools he had. You know what I mean? Big, blown up. They couldn't even run back and forth. So they could do nothing to stop him, to take me around his neck. I love the Vegas Commission. We come to an understanding. I'm gonna fly out there, fix it. I'm gonna get my Las Vegas Boxing Commission, and then we see where the Floyd's at. There's no other way about it. His little legs, his little core, his little head. I'm gonna knock him out inside 4 rounds, mark my words. I see a half a fire. I don't see the finished product. I see a weak core, small legs. I see a man who would be easily and will be easily dismantled. What have you got to say now? Exactly. So he's been saying some stuff about the gloves and that. And he also said tonight, I'll fight you MMA next. That's in writing. You know what I mean? Well, it is now. You know what I mean? He said it to me. So if he follows through on these things, great. Maybe he might have to now. After I KO, maybe I might make him. For the rematch, he must fight me in an MMA fight. It's Jay-Z's new album, The 444. I want you to take this and listen to it and learn. Learn how to build and maintain a real empire, not a fake empire. And when you're done with it, send it on to 50. And when you do, tell him Blanco sent you. 50 strippers on his payroll this man has. What the f*** is he doing with that strip club? What the f***? 50 stripper bitches on his payroll. Shout out to all the stripper bitches on his payroll.
whatever, just roll with it. But I'm just kind of floating around, having a bit of fun, enjoying myself, and I'm going to kill this man August 26th, and then I'm going to roll in and take off. When the fight gets closer, the face becomes blank. I don't see a face, it's just a head, and then a body type, a specific body type that moves in a specific way. So, I wasn't like, oh, I thought he was going to act this way, but he acted that way. I don't really care what way he acted. I just care what I know, what shots he throws, what way he moves, what shots have hurt him, and things of that nature.
Inside 4 rounds? Why are you so confident you can beat him inside 4 rounds?
I believe so. His little head. His little head and my big fist. They don't go together. So he will be doing it for.
What did he say to you up there when you guys were squaring off?
He was trying to say something about the gloves. I was like, he cried about the gloves. He cried about the ounces in the gloves. Then he tried to say something about UFC next or MMA next will do. I was like, talking that you won't do.
Floyd is an old, weak. Sing it to me. I want you to sing it to me. And I want you to dance for me. You sing it, you dance. Dance for me, boy.
Wow. Wow. I don't imagine there's going to be any tickets left by the time August 26th rolls around. What do you think? I don't think there's going to be a single ticket left. There's so many different reasons to watch this fight, regardless if you're for Mayweather or for Conor. Some people aren't for either one. They just want to see what happens. They're indifferent. So everyone's gonna have a different reason for watching. I'm definitely gonna watch it. And to be honest, when all this hype started, I think it was over a year ago. This has been going on for a while. It was exhausting listening to all the, all the blah blah blah, and I'm like, this fight's never gonna happen. I really didn't think that it was even possible, and I'm so shocked. I am so shocked that Floyd Mayweather came out of retirement for this. I'm amazed that this is actually going to happen. My goodness, there's so many people upset about it, and so many people happy about it. I'm queuing up the next short video. This is a short one. TMZ. Credit to TMZ. And this is on the Mayweather side. And there's links to all of these videos in the description for you. And most of these, if not all of them, are worth rewatching.
I can get a bloody nose. I can have a bad day in the gym. At the end of the day, I don't have a bad payday, and I don't have a bad night under the lights. I get bumps, bruises, but I don't have a bad night. I don't have a bad night. Let's go.
You have to admit, it looks like Mayweather's been sleeping in a freezer for 20 years. I mean, there's nothing there that shows that he's 40 years old. He's really taken care of himself. And that is something I respect, because someone, who has free access to pretty much unlimited funds can do pretty much anything that he wants. He has access to everything, and so he's made a conscious choice, and he took care of himself. So I respect that.
If you like what you just saw and you want to see more videos of your favorite athletes, crazy stories, and just all the best off-the-field stuff, subscribe to the TMZ Sports YouTube channel.
The subscribe button is right here, and check out more of our exclusive content right here.
Everybody check out TMZ Sports. They have an awesome channel as well. Lots of cool stuff on pretty much everything you need to know, and they do the short story on everything. They're pretty cool. Here's another video from 14,99999 views. Please check out their channel. They have awesome content. I thought I'd do a little shout out on their the video I played earlier and this one, because they are fantastic. And hopefully introduce you to their channel, and you go over there and subscribe. Kind of like this. Just watch my little wand, and you press that little button, and you hit subscribe, and then you hit the notification bell every time they upload an awesome video. You'll be notified. Also, make sure to hit like on all these videos when you rewatch them. Here we go.
At the end of the round, however, while we think of the left hook and the overhand right, here's a straight right now.
Wow, that's the difference right there. It's Maidana threw a 1-2. Mayweather went to count round.
It looks wound up and tight.
There's a hard right hand. And that may be the hardest punch that Floyd Mayweather has taken in recent years. He's smiling about it, but seeing Mosley landed a right cross, and crunchingly so. Mayweather's trying to ward him off. Mosley's trying to follow up.
The same right hand that he missed it earlier and fell down and landed against him.
It was timing. He threw it at just the right moment. There's another right hand.
The way he holds his head behind his shoulder.
Mosley's loosening up. The crowd is coming alive, and we've got to fight for a moment here. Mosley. Another big right hand. Mayweather's knees buckled on the second right hand. Mosley drives him into the ropes. Tries to go to the body. Mayweather defending well as always.
You see the right hand that landed, the first one that got him in trouble. Right on the chin, jab to the stomach, the right hand to the chin. That's what started the problems. And then later on you see him land another right hand. Not so clean, but it landed just enough to hurt it because of the fact that he was already dizzy, right in the temple area.
Almost panic in Mayweather's corner.
Floyd has to be first. Can't let Maidana be first like that.
Right hand by Maidana. Now the infighting. Mayweather holding onto the arm momentarily. Look like Maidana's going to deliver a full-time knee there for a second.
He would be aggressive. But the roles have been reversed.
Here's a big left hand by Corley. Momentarily stuns Mayweather.
Mayweather enough, he got it hit.
Now this was a really hard punch. The left hand. Mayweather took the punch, but it gave him some notice that he can't be completely reckless in his aggressiveness.
Out of 152, Corley 31. Out of 160, Harold Letterman. How do you have it through here? Okay, Jim. 3-0, 30-27. Floyd Mayweather. Well, he's in trouble now as DeMarcus Corley once again catches him and now tries to go to work against the ropes.
A right hand sent Mayweather back into the ropes.
And now Corley working against a Mayweather who's leaning back against the ropes, trying to get in something good to the body as Mayweather tries to bend him off while leaning back.
One thing I'll give Corley credit for, he's trying to take his time, not throwing up too many punches where he drains himself, trying to wait for a good clean punch.
Corley not over anxious. Mayweather gathering himself and coming back. Now he tries to stop Corley's offense with body shots of his own.
Mayweather's hurt, but he's still fighting.
Corley's going to have to land more of these to send Mayweather off of him. Convince Mayweather's own accord.
Well, that's stunning to me because I thought he went down to stop the assault. But in the scoring of the fight, it won't be a knockdown. And Mayweather grinned over at us as if to say, what a fight. And now Corley's back on him and landing big shots.
I never expected this. But you know, the way it's going, I don't think it's going to go to 12 rounds.
All right, hands by Corley. 2 in a row. Mayweather took him very well. Going back with his own shots. Big drama in Atlantic City. Floyd Mayweather trying to supplant Roy Jones atop the pound.
This is a fierce round. Give Corley credit. That right hand stunned Mayweather. Now give Mayweather credit for pulling himself together to take control later. And there was another, a left hand.
Robert Garcia has worked with Maidana to make his jab better. Even when it's just a rangefinder, at least he uses it. Left hook to the body, and now Maidana continues to go to work on the body and lands the overhand right. He shots a right to try to stop speed with the jab, as Vernon Forrest did to Shane Mosley. That's not working as well. So once again,
Cotto turns it on at the end of the round as Mayweather fights in Cotto's office. Jab getting through that bloody sternum. Let's go. Boy, is it ever.
shades of almost what happened to Victor Ortiz there as he went to apologize to Mayweather during their fight. Maidana coming in a punch, short right uppercut on the inside.
Tell you, the body language of the fight is what Maidana wants. He couldn't have asked for a better start.
Overhead right, that right misses. Mayweather along the ropes. Marcos Maidana made crash and burn.
Like he had a balled fist. And that has helped the power.
There are the body shots, and there is a sustained attack to the body like nothing you've seen in De La Hoya's career. So an adjustment finally shows up, something he will have to do differently, and he seems concertedly aware of it in that moment. And because he throws the body shot, to be sure, but this right hand bouncing off the head of Floyd Mayweather. More punches landed in that round by Maidana than you did left hooks. Remember, that was the punch that looking back in 10th round. Lead left hooks. He was fairly effective. Floyd trying to hold him, but Maidana throwing those punches from all odd angles, not everything landing.
Doesn't have to do that. Cotto trying to put the pressure on the guy now. Crowd would love to see him drop Mayweather. And I don't know. Floyd is just too good. And they say that Cotto comes in, that Mayweather hits him like he's hit the speed guy. Now we need to see if he opens it up in the last 10 seconds. But you know something, Cotto made it strong this round.
Last round, even though Maidana was able to get him against the ropes, rough him up, land punches, land very good body punches. Those left hooks to the body, excellent by Marcos Maidana. Of course, Mayweather covering up effectively to the head, but not always effective. There needs a little more movement.
Maidana attacks so awkward.
Let's go to left hand and keep him out of the way as he's advancing. Determined fight regardless of what the outcome is.
This is an argument with fists. And the younger man appears to be winning the argument.
Is a dose of cold reality. This flurry will warm the hearts.
Mayweather outside, setting everything up. Nice hook gets there. Takes one. That was one of Cotto's rare moments in that round.
Sitting in the seat provided by Oscar, he was non-committal as to who he was rooting for in the fight, saying that he had extremely mixed feelings that it was even taking place. You saw the copy box numbers, which slightly favored De La Hoya in the second round. Wailing away with the left hook, trying to get at Mayweather's body. Mayweather blocking the shots with his right arm. Now the left hook lands upstairs. And he lands the right cross across the top. And for the first time in the fight, Mayweather looks genuinely on the defensive.
Oscar's fighting a perfect fight right now. He's being aggressive, not trying to think too much, because if he thinks, he's not going to be too thinking. But he's very up now. Let the uppercut on the inside. This guy, you're right, he rolls his shoulders. He can load shots off the ropes.
knockdowns in this fight already. That one very low and delivered in a very tough spot. And even though it was on the
money, Modelo will make good on his promise to keep on fighting even after this. And where does Mayweather go from this pinnacle after claiming that he's going to retire?
Always popular against the southpaw.
There's Judah with a straight left hand.
This is the first round of his mission. We're just gonna have to see.
Judah landed a left hand.
On any combinations, he hasn't thrown any real hard punches. Richards, is this a knockdown? Well under control.
And now Mayweather is starting to attack. No question. There's a difference jumping over the top of the left hook. Lands a straight right, slides in the corner.
Mayweather. They both weigh 8 ounces.
Big left hand over the top by Judah. He believes he's got Mayweather hurt. Crowd is going wild. Judah seems almost to be trying to taunt Mayweather, and he lands a left hand. And now he's talking to Floyd. And he catches him with a little right hook. Big left hand for Judah. His best punch of the round. That is because Judah shrunk from the media process
for years. He hasn't been able to capture his hometown fans. Maybe he's done it. That was a good body punch by Judah.
He's had 2 or 3 excellent body punches here, and he landed that left uppercut. And for great opportunity. Oh, and there's a low blow by Judah. And Richard Steele pulls Sam Judah off of Floyd Mayweather Jr. And Mayweather is badly hurt by the low blow. And now Roger Mayweather wants to come after Sam. And now Leonard Ellerby wants. But he landed 19 again. Good left hook by Mayweather. Good.
Not enough time to do it.
Judah waits till the last 20 seconds of the fight to sort of give it one desperate.
That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Interesting. That's another great video by 1499.99 views. Check their channel out. It is awesome. And now on to the next. That was a pretty cool compilation.
Did Floyd do anything during the entire time that surprised you, or what?
Here's some interesting dialogue from Dana White. This credit goes to ESPN. Make sure you subscribe.
Was it pretty much Floyd as you expected him to be?
No, you know what? I'll tell you what.
Make sure you like
what
their
Floyd
videos.
was an absolute professional about, right?
There we go.
Is in a fight when you get hurt, you know, to the body, or somebody hits you with a shot that hurts you, you try to play it off like it didn't. You know, the things that Conor was saying, nobody's ever said that stuff to Floyd Mayweather in public, ever. And Floyd sat there and took him on the chin and acted like it didn't bother him. He would drink his coffee, or he'd mess around on his phone and talk to his daughter, who was coming and helping him with whatever was going on the phone. He tried to play it off like that stuff didn't bother him. Floyd's a human being. It bothered him. But he played it off very well. Even the last day, which I apologized for, you know, when Conor grabbed him on the top of his head and like kind of slapped him on his head. Floyd took it and acted like Conor never touched him. You know, it was interesting.
That was interesting. What do you make of that? Because he didn't seem bothered by it.
Right. He's trying to shrug it off. Like, say what you want, do what you want. You're not bothering me. You're not getting under my skin. You know, it's being a true professional in the mental warfare game. Everything that you've said to me isn't bothering me, and you just touched me in front of millions of people. That didn't bother me either. But you know it did. Absolutely bothered him.
That was, I was wondering if that was kind of a choreographed moment, maybe in their signed papers, you know, I'm going to grab your head at one point, you know, and you just wonder if it was part of the whole charade, you know, or if it was actually kind of impromptu, you know, you don't really know. I was really watching Dana White to see if it looked like, you know, he was being completely honest, and he seemed like he was acting shocked about it. Like he thought maybe something was going to happen. Here's Conor McGregor. A side of Conor McGregor that we don't get to see very often. So while that queues up, I want to thank you guys for being here.
It seems like Paddy Power might be rubbing their hands together now. A decision win. I don't think too many people might have backed that. What did you say to Max afterwards? Did you say you're a lot tougher than I thought, or good fight?
I said, good fight, thank you for the exchanges, and he came to me and says, you're a nice guy, you're a showman, so, you know, which is probably true. I'm not the worst guy in the world, even though, you know, might be a little bit, might talk shit a little bit sometimes, you know, but...
When you have a fighter like Max who wasn't disrespectful leading up to the fight, he kept quiet, did his media obligations. A lot of fighters say when they talk shit about another fighter, it lights a fire under them.
Yeah, not me, it makes no difference. He could be the nicest guy in the world. He could be pure evil, you know, he could say anything. It makes no difference to me, good, bad, ugly. There is no emotions to me in this. I approach it all the same.
I just wanted to pause it for a moment to acknowledge Ultimate Fighting. CONOR is the name of this channel. They have 36,000 subscribers. And this is one of their many awesome videos. So I encourage everybody to subscribe to Ultimate Fighting CONOR. And like their videos and enjoy. Lots of good stuff on there, and let's continue.
This is combat. This is a sport. I don't get emotional to my competitors, you know what I mean? He is a nice guy. Fuck it. We came out, we went at it.
Conor, finally, it was officially announced yesterday you'd be fighting Andy Ogle in Boston. Yeah. A lot of people thought you might get someone a little bit more known, no disrespect to Andy Ogle. Yeah. But it seems like the UFC don't want to fast track you and build you up too quickly. How do you think the match is going to go?
Yeah, it's going to. I don't underestimate anyone. You know what I mean? Andy's a tough guy. He fights with his heart. You know what I mean? He's going to come forward. He's going to come and shoot for the legs, and I look forward to that. You know what I mean? I look forward to showing different aspects of my game. You know what I mean? So, again, nothing changes. There is no opponent. You know what it is. I don't have to say it. I don't have to say it. Repeat myself over and over, but it's going to be a fun night.
Is there anything...
I hope he comes with it. I hope he comes with his heart. I know he's an emotional guy. And I don't get emotional, so we'll see how it plays out. I'm confident that I'm going to put on the show. I'm going to get more checks, more bonuses, you know what I mean? So, it's going to be a good night.
Johnny Durgan tonight.
Oh, man, Johnny. Yeah. I mean, for his hand speed for a light heavyweight, he's a big guy. I mean, this is the best shape I've ever seen him. And he came in through a leg kick, then a right hand, left hook, right hook, and put the guy stiff. It was nice, man, nasty. He's a powerhouse.
Yeah, what do you think of Conor's fighting style, and then Conor the same question about it?
I like it.
I like it too.
I had some great work in there tonight. I look forward to watching it back. When he stepped in a few times, I threw some elbows as well. I tell you what, man, his face was open up and he's still just coming. He's still just coming at me. You've got to respect that. You've got to respect Nate and the style of fighting that he brings. How can you not?
You know, when a man's hungry, they're different, you know. We're both hungry, we're both making weight. I don't know, we were sitting backstage and he took his flag out. And I wasn't even planning on walking out with the flag for the weigh-in. I said, he's taking his flag out, someone take my flag out. And then I also took my top off. So I took my top off and my flag out, and then he just had his flag out. So I looked over and he had his top off and his flag out. So the two of us were pacing back and forth. And then when we got closer together, we were just going at it. These things happen, you know. Two men hungry, you know, he came to fight this time, you know. I've shared cards with him before, and I think he made 145 on the dot, you know, championship weight. So I respect him, you know. I respect where he came from. He won the Ultimate Fighter. But I came here to fight, you know what I mean? I wasn't, nobody was going to take this away from me. And I was willing to fight backstage if that's what it took, you know, to let it be known that I was here to fight, you know what I mean? I wasn't going to give any advantage whatsoever. Even when we came back to Fort Dana, after the Wednesday gives us a speech and security separating us again, there's just emotions running high, you know. There's a lot on the line for us here. You know, look, this is a fight business. Everything is on the line for us here. We put our whole lives into this game, so, you know, when you put us together, things are going to happen. You can see it is what it is. It's the fight business. So ultimately, it all ends inside the octagon. It's respect, really, you know what I mean? But this is the fight business. I've never had ill feelings towards Marcus, you know. I don't have emotions in there, you know. It's all a game, it's all an act. The weigh-ins and all, just playing up, you know. He wore the thing he wears, the mask, and I just said, listen, you're maybe 30 years old now. I think it's time to stop wearing a superhero mask. I don't think I mean, it should make no difference, you know. People have been tweeting me what he said in interviews and things like that. He was saying that the Irish people are, my supporters are hounding his Facebook page, hounding his Twitter. Things like that don't bother me, you know. It shouldn't bother any fighter. You know, we're in this game. You can do anything to me. You can say what you want. It's not going to make a difference when I get in there. You know, it was emotion free. I think he was emotionally attached to the contest.
About you guys hugging to start the third round. Is there something in you that you have to hate your opponent to fight him? Is it, what goes into demonizing these guys?
I don't hate any man here. We are all chasing the same dream. Whatever was said between me and Dennis, as far as I'm concerned, I spoke fact. He abused steroids and came into a contest against another man, juiced up. So, and then he's talking about me speaking about and me being disrespectful. So whatever was said between myself and Dennis throughout the build-up was build-up. When we came face to face and it was time to fight, I put my hand out to touch the glove. I gave him that opportunity to just, this is it, let's fight, let's, if you can bring it, let's bring it. I threw my glove out, he didn't respond, so I said, fuck it, you're the cheat. I'm the guy that's coming in here prepared and ready through my own body, you know what I mean? I never done something like that.
I'm not as familiar with the American sports, but of course I'm familiar with Michael Jordan. He was a legend of the game. His talk on the court, not so much why did he taunt his opponent, or
he did a lot.
Again, this is all just confidence. You know, when you were, it's hard to be humble when you are the best. You know, it is simple as that. If you have supreme confidence in your ability, if you are outworking, if you are surrounded by your competition and you are looking around and you are better than these people, and you are outworking these people, and you are outmoving these people, it's hard not to let your confidence take over. It just builds and builds and builds, and I'm sure that was the same with Michael Jordan. And any top level athlete, there's always the same. There's always that hint of arrogance there, that hint of cockiness. You must be insane to your game, you know. And I'm sure that is what he was, and that is what I am as well. I don't know about nothing else. I don't know about other sports. I simply know about fighting. I have tunnel vision to this game. I know about movement, so I definitely have watched some basketball and admire their movement and their explosiveness. Of course I am familiar with Muhammad Ali. You don't just have him here. He is global. He is the man. Muhammad Ali was a guy that done what had not been done before. Changed the face, not only the face of his game, but the face of the world. You know, he was outspoken. He fought for what he believed in, and that he was charismatic. He was a legend, a hero, and I looked up to him. One of my first heroes was Muhammad Ali. When I was 11 years old, there was a group of people and they tried to attack me, and a fight broke out, and it was just me and one guy. before everyone else jumped in on me. But we were fighting each other, and I slipped a punch, and I shuffled my shoulders and said Muhammad Ali, and threw a shot, and he rolled under the shot but fell into a knee, and I ended up on top of him. So I'm at the calling myself Muhammad Ali, and I'm punching him in the head, and then somebody came in and tried to kick me, and then a whole group of them came in, and it was just a big fight, but it was me against 6 of them, and I ended up getting my ass whooped. But
for that first guy, you whooped him out, and
I done the Ali shuffle. I'm only 11 years old. I done the Ali shuffle, threw a left hook. He rolled under the left hook, which it was good of him to roll. He saw it coming and rolled under it, but he rolled right into a knee. Yeah, I was prepared. I was studying tape. So so definitely Muhammad Ali was a hero of mine.
Look, this is a question we get asked all the time, and I take inspiration and motivation from absolutely everything and anything. You know, people chasing their dream, putting their head down, working hard. For me, obviously, Muhammad Ali was probably my first combat sports star that I looked up to. You know, I'd never seen anything like that, and I was fascinated by him growing up. But I've been shaped by many people. But thank you for that compliment again. It's a comparison that's been thrown at me a few times, but I cannot accept a comparison like that. Muhammad Ali is a special man. He done things that are unthinkable. Changed culture, period. So, but again, I'm honored to even be put in that bracket by some people. So thank you.
Said you don't want to keep repeating the same thing there. You were already giving me fashion tips, but if you could give me some tips on what I should ask you to mix it up a little bit. What you're
ask me?
Yeah, you're probably sick of all of these same questions.
I don't know. Ask me what you want, you know, but definitely rock something smart there, you know. Cause them jeans, them runners, look at them runners, zoom in on them pieces of shit. You know what I mean? You're competing, like me competing against other guys, you know what I mean? I do the same thing that everyone else does. I just wore a dicky ball one time, and I just, you know what I mean? I just talked a little bit, you know what I mean? Now, and that just grew so much, you know what I mean? But so if you want to, what's the other guy you're competing with? The other fat guy, the fat MMA, or the other MMA side?
I don't think I should.
Fucking name him.
It's Powerhouse MMA.
You was competing with Powerhouse for like the Irish MMA thing, you know. If you want to take it out from him, you know what I mean, you should rock up suit, short, tied up to the thing, proper microphone. That's a piece of shit. That's also a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Rock up like you mean it. You know, act and you will become. Even fake it like you're the fucking. You know what I mean? Like you're the, because you're like the Irish Ariel Helwani. You know what I mean? If you're like the Irish Ariel Helwani, you could say. You know what I mean? He wears, what does Ariel be rocking at the events?
Slick.
You know what I mean? Looking slick, big nose and all. But
this is an endorsement, is it? You're telling me I can be as good as Ariel?
Well, you know, you should tell yourself. I tell you, because of course I support. You know what I mean? I support if that's what you want to say. You know, if that's what your aim is, then man, you can do it.
It is
you know what I mean?
bigger and better.
Definitely, of course. Well then, Sue, Diggy Bow, or maybe not Diggy Bow, because that's
yours.
Yeah, short, whatever. You know what I mean? And just fucking act like you are Ariel Helwani. You know what I mean? You're Ariel Helwani. If Ariel Helwani came from Craigie Island, yeah. Ariel Helwani, father Ted.
The notorious Conor McGregor. We're going to see him next. 17th of August, Boston. Conor, the last time we spoke, you had a bit of a dig at me. What do you think of the outfit?
It's alright.
Just alright.
I would have liked maybe a jacket or something. I mean, the check's a bit.
I wore a jacket at my last.
Check is casual. Check shorts are casual. You know what I mean? So now here, you know, that was in backstage in an arena. You know what I mean? Now we're in a, what would you call this? Like a conference room. You could have. If there was ever a time to do it, it was in a conference room. You know what I mean? You could have rocked in and rocked the proper suit. You look alright.
And what about the equipment? It's not. It doesn't look too good, does it?
It looks better. Is that a new? That's a new one, is it?
I've had that a while, but it's because we're all the good stuff has been used for your documentary.
Yeah. No man, you're doing good, man. You're doing good. Rocking Irish MMA.
We follow the lead of you because you're the one who's.
But you know, I love this. This creates drama. Drama creates emotion, and emotion, you know, it creates dollars at the end of the day. He's going to come in as hype. He said a lot. I've said a lot. Now we get to show it. You know what I mean? Now. A lot of people are going to tune in out of curiosity. Who's this loudmouth Irish guy that keeps talking all this shit about everyone? And now here's the time where I'm going to prove what I've been talking. So I'm happy.
What are you going to do to this guy?
I believe in my preparation. I believe my movement is too dynamic.
It's all horse shit, that is. I have a great relationship with Lorenzo and a great relationship with Dana.
don't get me wrong, I'm climbing that corporate ladder every damn day, and we will be neck and neck. Maybe somewhere along the line I will take that lion's share, but we will always be together. That's loyalty is what I have. They gave me this. They are helping me with this, and I am helping them. We are a team. So, much respect to Dana, much respect to Lorenzo, much respect to everyone involved in the UFC. I'm not trying to break out. I'm just trying to grow, be eye to eye, and get my share of the fucking pie, and that's it. And they know that. I say that straight out the back. But I will always be in association with Zuffa and the great team at the UFC. It's an honour to grow with this company.
I don't know, we'll see what happens, you know what I mean? Just keep positive and, again, keep believing, keep training, keep trying to learn every day, trying to learn new shit every day. And that's it. If the call comes, the call comes. Just believe in yourself. Believe that you're better than everyone else, you know what I mean? I always looked at, I'm always looking at fights or looking at anything, obviously I can do this, I'm as good as that. Just believe in yourself and be cocky and be confident and be humble, train hard. That's it.
Did Dustin say anything to you either in the ring or in the back?
No, in the ring he was humble. You know, Dustin is a good kid. I had no ill feelings towards Dustin. It was weird to me that he was like, I've never hated a guy as much as I hate this guy in my life, or something like that. He said, me, that is weird. I cannot hate a man that has the same dreams as me. You know, I have no emotion to them at the end of the day. I am on my journey. He's a humble guy. He came to fight, and I have nothing but respect for these competitors. Make no mistake, I am cocky in prediction. I am confident in preparation, but I am always humble in victory or defeat.
Alright, that was from Ultimate Fighting CONOR. That was an awesome compilation. Great job. Make sure to check out the channel. We're going to go now to the next one I had in line for you. And while that queues up, I just want to thank everybody for being here and watching the live stream.
I'm just a fighter at the end of the day.
Yeah. And the strip club owner, what's up?
And this is a little bit from Mayweather. It's like a casual interview, and he says a lot of cool stuff in here. This video is very popular. It's had 2.5 million views. TMZ Sports.
So all you guys got to do is just look up the numbers of boxing, and you look up the numbers of...
And just really quick, just make sure you check out TMZ Sports and subscribe to their channel, like their videos, and let's keep it going for you.
MMA. And you'll see who stands at the top.
Yeah. So you think boxing is superior to MMA?
You know, what I'm going to say is this. I've never seen an MMA fighter make $300 million in one night. I haven't seen it.
You might give him
I
the
haven't
chance.
seen an MMA fighter make $100 million in one night. I haven't seen an MMA fighter make $80 million in one night. I haven't seen an MMA fighter make $50 million in one night.
Still king.
So, when you really look at boxing, we have legends. Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, Joe Louis, Sugar Ray Robinson. These are legends. I respect MMA. That's one thing I do. You can't disrespect MMA. You have to respect it. It's a contact sport. It's a brutal sport. And I respect the sport. It's a sport. It's blood, sweat, and tears. So I take my hat off. I take my hat off to all those guys in MMA that go out there and compete. And it's rough. It's very, very brutal. Me, myself, I was just very, very smart with my career. Extremely smart with my career.
So you're not going to continue in a different area?
You said I'm not going to a different area? I mean, I'm older. 40 years old. I had a great career. I've been in the fight game as a professional 21 years. I've been to the Olympic Games. I've done everything I wanted to do in the sport of boxing. I've accomplished a lot. It's time to pass the torch. People ask me every day about Mayweather, Conor McGregor. Remember this, and I want everyone that's watching this. At one particular time, it was shouted out a certain name. Floyd is scared of Manny Pacquiao. He's a coward. It's not my fault that I made the fight so easy. That's not my fault. That's not my fault.
Why did it take so long to fight him?
I mean, at the end of the day, listen, because the world wasn't built in a day. Everything takes time.
We waited a long time, but I'm glad you finally fought him.
Like I said, I'm my own promoter. He has a promoter. So, like I said before, everything takes time. Nothing can happen. Nothing happens when we want it to happen.
Are you completely retired from boxing, or you think you might pick up the gloves and show him some?
I mean, like I said.
Before retire, I got picture with you and other, please. God bless you. I love you, man.
I don't really understand the language.
I swear to God. Here's the question for you, Floyd. So, no, Sugar said that a fight with you and Conor would go 1 round. That's a damn lie. Sugar came out and said that it would go 1 round.
I can't sit right here and knock Conor McGregor. I'm not here to knock a guy. He's the second biggest name. Conor McGregor is the second biggest name in MMA. So I'm not going to sit right here and knock Conor McGregor. He went out there and done what he had to do. It's obvious he's done something right thus far to get to the point where he's at. So I'm not here to badmouth him. And I've been off a couple years, and I'm 40 years old now. So I'm a lot older, and he's still in his 20s. I'm in my 40s now. So, I mean, that could play a major key. We don't know, and he's a heavy hitter. So we'll just see. We don't know has he signed the contract yet? Absolutely not. In due time, we'll just see.
He's not a boxer, though.
Mr. Mayweather. He's a fighter. At the end of the day, I'm a fighter.
I mean,
a fighter is a fighter. And remember this, you guys, y'all ask questions, but you have to do your homework. Do your homework. Remember, do your homework.
We're here because we didn't do our homework.
So he wants $100 million.
Listen to this. Conor McGregor, every time he goes out there and defeat fighters, he's standing up, defeating fighters. He's in a boxing position, and he's beating fighters. When he did get defeated, he was on the ground. So it's obvious Conor McGregor is a better stand-up fighter than he is grappler. So do we have a chance? Does he have a good chance of upsetting Floyd Mayweather? I can't say, but anything can happen in the sport of boxing.
Why
in contact sports, period.
Why even risk that? I was just, you're retired, you did your thing.
Yeah, you already got your thing.
You did it. Like, you
I
have
mean,
nothing to prove.
Me, myself, and Conor McGregor, if it ever does happen, we want to get a world what they want to see. The world wants to see Mayweather McGregor, so
Make my day.
if it happens, it happens.
If you like what you just saw and you want to see more videos of your favorite athletes, crazy stories, and just all the best off-the-field stuff, subscribe to the TMZ Sports YouTube channel. The subscribe button is right here, and check out more of our exclusive content right here.
That was really cool.
Is mixed martial arts something that you want to do? Like, would that be something you'd be
I'm
interested
just a fighter at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And the strip club owner,
He is very well spoken, and he paces himself, and he doesn't let anyone rush him into what he's going to say, and he doesn't allow anyone to redirect his point, and and that shows in his wisdom that he's thinking carefully. But I even noticed that when he was very young, he was very paced and thoughtful when he was speaking, and that was very impressive. So he's always been like that, and he's a pretty cool dude. Okay, let's go on to the next one I have for you, and I want to remind you that there are links to all of these videos in the description.
Look, what's next for me, Joe? I'm gonna get that second belt. Where the is it? They should have had them 2 belts ready, special.
Okay, so I searched high and low. There are, multi-thousands of videos on YouTube on the subject. And so I was trying to find, some content that would be a nice montage of the whole spectrum, opinions, some fighting footage, and of course some feedback from Mayweather and Conor. And so here we have from WUW. Woo? This is a great video. It's very, very short, but and we actually saw a clip of this on one of the mixes, but this is just pretty awesome. and just for that, I'm going to support this channel for putting the clip in there for us. Like and subscribe, and let's play it. This is very short, so listen up.
Every single one of you. Look, what's next for me, Joe? I'm gonna get that second belt. Where the is it? They should have had them 2 belts ready, spit short for me. They're both in the octagon. It's never been done before. I'm sure you'll get your second belt. But listen, I've spent a lot of time, Joe, slaying everybody in the company. Backstage, I'm starting fights off everybody. I've ridiculed everyone on the roster. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. The double champ does what the he wants. Let me raise this. This is what I want.
He apologizes to absolutely nobody. The first time I saw that, I thought, wow, it kind of sounds like he's going to do an apology. And I was like, oh, wow, then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, that makes sense. That's more like the kind of McGregor we know. And here's something else you might get a kick out of, a little treat for you. This video comes from TMZ Sports. It's just a little feedback from Mayweather himself. He has some interesting things to say, but again, he's very well thought out in his responses to their questions.
Were you able to see the Conor McGregor fight?
I didn't really know that he fought.
You didn't know? You didn't see it, or?
No, absolutely not.
I thought it would be interesting. I mean, he's like the Floyd Mayweather of the MMA, the UFC.
I didn't know Conor McGregor was undefeated. But I didn't know that he had a reign in MMA for 20 years and undefeated, and was world champion in 5 different weight classes. That's something I didn't know.
Yeah.
So I guess you guys telling me something new. If you say he's a Floyd Mayweather of the MMA.
What do you
I mean, if you say he's the Floyd Mayweather of the MMA, I'm trying to find out. Have you ever made $300 million in one night? Have you ever made $100 million in one night? Have you ever made $70 million in one night? So, far as trying to say that he's the Floyd Mayweather of MMA, I mean, it's okay to just to say it, but it's not true. But I'm not trying to discredit him for what he has accomplished in the MMA. But as far as trying to compare him, just try to say he's a Floyd Mayweather. I mean, I feel that's totally disrespectful.
Yeah.
Because after I put years and years of hard work and dedication into what into the sport of boxing, and when you say Mayweather name, there's 2 things you must say when you say his name: legend and undefeated.
It's true. But so do you have any desire to more check him out, or maybe even sign him to the money team or something like that? Or?
I mean, of course, we would love to sign a guy. We would love to sign a guy like that.
I mean, he's entertaining, you know. Yeah. I'm saying, I've never really seen him fight. I've seen him fight probably. I've seen pieces of him fight, not really seen him the actual whole fight. Yeah, sure. I've seen, you know, and I'm talking about, you know, little clips and highlights. I mean, but it is what it is, you know. You know, I have my reign in the, you know, I do what I do, and I think what it really is that he's smart. He's smart at what he do. He's piggybacking off my name, and that's what guys has been doing for years. I mean, I would do the same thing. I would piggyback off Floyd Mayweather's name, and he's piggybacking off my name.
I hear you.
I mean, right now I'm not competing in boxing or I'm not competing in MMA, but I've never competed in MMA, but I'm the biggest name in MMA and in boxing, and I've been off over a year.
Was there any chance of you coming back? Because I know Pacquiao's been, you know, pretty hinty, like his picture of you in his jacket. So there's any chances of you, has there been any talks of you possibly coming back to face Pacquiao or even Conor McGregor, you know, because I know that was the big
I won't be able to stop asking over and over again. You're going to do an interview, ask me about the companies that I'm building, what I have going on. I mean, as far as asking me about Conor McGregor, all we doing is blowing life into him. Okay, he do what he do. I do what I do. I have my legacy. My name will live on forever. My part of history. Not bragging and boasting. I'm a legend. A living legend. You know, I gave to the sport of boxing. I gave years and years of hard work. It was blood, sweat, and tears. I had a tremendous team. I had a tremendous run. I think that it's time for Conor McGregor to go out there and do what he do. But never compare Conor McGregor to me. That's a total disrespect. I mean, once again, I'm an elephant. Elephant don't beef with ants. You know, elephant is so large you don't even see ants.
Well, I want to ask you about your music label. I mean, that's doing really well right now. You got some pretty cool artists right now.
We have the Money Team Music Group coming soon. We have so many different other things that we're getting involved with, even though they won't talk about that on TMZ. What they like to talk about is, of course, they want to keep talking about the same thing over and over again. But TMZ is a show that I love, and the Money Team supporters, followers, Mayweather Promotions, we're the past, the present, and the future of sports and entertainment. TMZ, the Mayweather Zone.
Cool. He's very chill. Very chill.
Fight Saturday night in Buffalo in New York. It's a rematch.
Okay, so this is from The Herd with Colin Cowherd. And that's the name of the channel with 260,000 subscribers. They are super hot stuff, and they have unlimited content for you. This is regarding Daniel Cormier explaining how Conor McGregor can win versus Mayweather. So I'm going to skip a little bit forward. There's some pleasantries at the beginning, and I'm just going to try to move to where they're talking about Conor.
Match against Anthony Rumble that wishes everybody loved your style.
There's got to be something more to you. Maybe there's something that I'm missing. Maybe I don't have that more. Maybe I'm not, my life may be too plain. It might just be too normal for some people to really, like, be drawn to.
You're not crazy enough is what you're saying. You're not eccentric.
I'm saying I may not be eccentric or crazy enough. I work, I got a family, I got kids and a fiance. I'm getting married in May. It's like, it's just so normal, you know. When I'm not fighting, I'm working in L.A., you know. It's like I'm just working and then going home to my family. May not be exciting enough. People don't want to hang out with Daniel Cormier. I'm not cool.
Yeah, well, after you win by submission, cool, they don't have to hang out with you. But do you ever watch McGregor, and is there a part of you that thinks, God, that's wildly entertaining? Like he is such a live wire. Do you like his style?
I love it. you know, Conor McGregor deserves everything that he got because, Colin, if he did anything, he took the risk of looking like a fool. Because he said he was going to be a champion in his weight class, beat Jose Aldo. Everybody's like, oh, this guy, you're crazy. He said, I'm going to be a 2-division champion at the same time. We're like, you're crazy. If it didn't happen, he would be the laughingstock of the entire world. Look at how people piled on him when he lost to Diaz. But he came back and he beat him, and he won 2 belts. He did everything he said he was going to do. So, and then, you know, the whole McGregor-Mac life thing outside of the octagon is great. I enjoy it. You know, he's always been a gentleman to me, but, yeah. He took a chance at being a fool, and by accomplishing everything he said, he made himself a tremendous star.
Anthony Rumble Johnson, I mean, he's one of those guys, what they say about football players, he looks good in the lobby. He is a big, strong guy. What I'm always sort of amazed by, I don't even know the word for this, you are one of the most laid back, I mean, you're almost to a fault, manners, quiet, yet you are able to turn something on, Daniel, in the octagon. So you got to take me to this. Like, some guys are just crazy, and I'm like, oh, McGregor's crazy 24/7. You are an accountant. And then Saturday night, you flip a switch. When do you flip it on? When do you become crazy Daniel Cormier ring personality?
When I'm about to go fight, you know, I've got to be in that moment. Every day in the training room, I do that. You know, so this is like another part of me. You know, I know how to separate my athletics career from my broadcasting.
I almost threw a power bar at Whitlock yesterday. He was so wrong on Russell Westbrook argument. Yeah, no, you nailed that one. Daniel Cormier's fighting Saturday night in Buffalo, main event light heavyweight rematch against Anthony Rumble Johnson. You know, in your sport, there is a timeline. And I believe this for car racing. I don't necessarily believe it for baseball. I think you can play forever. Basketball, Ray Allen could play forever. He can stay in cardio shape and hit a 3. Do you look at it and think, man, I'm 18-1 now?
Getting at Fox sounds so much better than getting punched in the head on a daily basis, so I don't think about it. I don't think about it as my reality. Like, you know what? I can just do UFC Tonight every week and host because I needed competition. I needed competition, and I found... Okay, so I think we need, again, I've said this before, Colin, and I know I've heard you guys discussing it. It's a very sensitive subject because I don't want to sound like I'm Team McGregor all the way. But you have guys that have fought 500 amateur fights, 30 professional fights, and they go fight Floyd Mayweather, and they get outclassed. It's just the truth.
Yeah.
Diego Corrales, I mean, he beat him. It was ridiculous. Diego Corrales was a stud. Look at what he did to... Manny Pacquiao, and freaking look what he did to Cotto. Look what he did to Cotto, who's one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world. To ask Conor to go and fight him in that arena, it's unfair. Now, granted, Conor should because he's going to make more money than he will ever make in his life. Even if he's going to make $75 million and the UFC takes $35 million, $40 million Conor will never see in one UFC fight. It's impossible. But only way he does not lose and the sport doesn't truly suffer is if he stands up. But that's all he has to do, Colin, is stand up. If he lasts 12, he stands up to the greatest fighter of all time, he wins. So there are ways to win without winning, but I'm not sure if he could stand up for 12 rounds against Floyd Mayweather because people forget that before the whole Money Mayweather, when he was Pretty Boy Floyd was going out there and he would bang with guys and he was finishing people. So got to be careful.
UFC light heavyweight champ, Buffalo Saturday night, Daniel Cormier. It's always good seeing you, brother.
My man, Colin.
Be good, bud.
He's a good guy. If you don't know his story, you need to check him out. Daniel Cormier, his story is really powerful. All right, and we're going to move on now to...
Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor's mega fight is just over a month away.
Here we have something interesting for you that I found. And again, I've combed through lots and lots of content to try to select these for you. This is from the Yasin Network. That is the name of the channel. They have 23,000 subscribers. And the title of the video is Mike Tyson says Conor McGregor is going to get killed by Floyd Mayweather. Undisputed. So this is about Mike Tyson's take on the fight, and Tyson thinks McGregor is going to get killed. But let's support the Yassi Network for this awesome video and content. Let's make sure we subscribe, like the video, and let's go.
Yesterday, Mike Tyson gave his take on the fight. Let's take a listen.
McGregor's gonna get killed.
Okay, so
boxing.
Okay.
I got mad because I thought they were gonna use MMA rules against boxing, because that's what it's all about. Can the boxer beat the MMA guy? Conor put his dumb ass in a position where he's gonna get knocked out. Because this guy's been doing this all his life since he was a little baby, and McConnell can't kick or grab and stuff. He's not gonna stand much of a chance. McGregor took the biggest sucker rules in the history of boxing.
Shannon, do you agree with Tyson?
You notice he didn't say sucker, he said sucker. Sucker! Absolutely, I agree. All Mike Tyson did was confirm what I knew to be true all along. Now, if he want to jump in there with a boxer that's ranked 100, okay, have at it. But you're talking about a 5-division champ. That, as he said, been boxing since he was a little bitty baby.
That's true.
All he's been doing is punching. Hands and feet, because his hands are tied to his feet, and he knows how to move. You know what's going to happen, Skip. Oh, look, I get it.
Born on December 30th?
I get it, Skip. I get it. It's like, he's one tough, bad hombre. Who would win, a crocodile or a grizzly bear? Tell me where they fight, and I'll tell you who win. In the water, crocodile gonna tear his butt up. Get him on land, I got the grizzly. In the octagon,
I'll take the grizzly in the water too.
You must be.
Just me.
I get a crocodile.
Yes.
A crocodile.
Yes.
The most. Do you know they have 2,000 pounds of
big
force?
a grizzly is? He just take those jaws and just like rip them apart.
You've been watching too much King Kong. Skip.
Revenant.
Skip. Skip. Do you understand that a saltwater crocodile can grow to be 20 feet long, a ton, with 2,000 pounds of...
Wouldn't the grizzly bear just pick up the crocodile?
In the water?
Yeah. Grizzly's getting water too.
I'll take the crocodile in the water. I'll take the grizzly on land.
Fish for salmon, they just go.
I have yet to hear of a 2-ton salmon. I mean, a 1-ton salmon. Now they might be out there, Skip, because you talk about a fisherman. I once caught a fish so big, left a hole in the water. That's not. Think about it, Skip. Yeah, the fish was so big, I pulled him out. I'm saying, if this was the octagon, I got Conor. But in that square, I'm taking the guy that's been doing it for 30 plus years and has been great at it. He's 49-0 for a reason, Skip. Conor, as great as he is, has tasted defeat. Nate Diaz, you know what Nate Diaz... Nate Diaz, I follow Nate Diaz too sometimes. And he said, you know what? He said, I put them hands on him to put him down. He said, I choked him out for the encore. Just to let people know what they're like. He looking on he like this here. Tongue hanging out of the mouth. Yeah! Conor tongue was hanging out of the mouth.
I didn't see that.
I said, don't let him go.
Help me out. Are they going to wrestle on August 26th?
He's going to put them hands on him. He's going to anoint him.
Oh.
Like LeBron was about to do Kyrie.
Wait, they are going to wear 4-ounce gloves?
10.
He's
10
funny.
gloves. 154, you got to wear 10.
Oh, okay. That's a rule.
LeBron was going to do Kyrie.
Yeah, like LeBron going to do Kyrie for putting his name in his dentures.
He's going to
put hands on him,
rough him up?
Anoint him. Healing power. LeBron got healing power with your hands.
Yeah.
Kyrie come before the camera talking about, I don't want to get traded anymore.
I don't think LeBron is the toughest guy, but in that fight, I would go with LeBron. What, he's like 6'9", 270? Or...
Hey, Draymond wasn't going to try it.
Huh? Draymond would try him.
Draymond ain't going to try it. I got the king. I got the dude from 3-3.
I'll pay $100 pay-per-view to watch that one.
I got the 330 area code.
330?
Yeah, that's Akron.
Oh, that's Akron. Oh, I lost it.
Don't you know area codes?
I don't know Akron's area code. I know a lot of them, but I don't know that one. So help me out here.
Okay.
So now you are putting stock in what Mike Tyson said about this fight. So you're going to take Mike Tyson's insights to your bank on this fight?
The youngest heavyweight champion in the world he was dominant. Everybody, he was the biggest
for a while.
attraction. And he knows boxing. Skip, all he's saying, if they were doing it in the octagon, he got Conor. He thought they were going to be fighting MMA rules. But since they're doing boxing, I'm not finna take a guy that doesn't box professionally.
So I really liked Mike Tyson, and
What you mean you liked?
I like. No, I said.
Okay, you like
correct.
Still do
Present
okay.
tense.
Okay.
And I ran into Mike the night that Ernestine and I went to Conor McGregor, Nate Diaz 2 in Las Vegas. Was it in August? Last August, yeah. And it was just before we launched here on September 6th, and we were in the second row, and Mike Tyson and his group came and sat right in front of us. They were actually Kanye's seats, but everybody thought Kanye was somewhere else, out of the country. Nobody knew. So again, Dana White and company thought, well, Kanye probably isn't going to show up tonight, so they let Mike and his group sit in front of us.
Right.
So I talked to Mike for a few minutes, and again, I enjoy talking to him, but you look into his eyes right now, and you're not sure which planet he's on, yours or his. Like, he's on his own planet somewhere else.
Yeah, he's a scary-looking dude.
Okay, he is. But Kanye did show up, and Dana had to go say, gee, sorry, Mike, but you're going to have to move to some other seats. So I didn't see Mike the rest of the night because Kanye sat in his seats right in front of us.
You talked to Kanye?
Ernestine started, of course, a conversation with Kanye about pop-up stores, and then they became best buddies. But, that's just Ernestine. That's how it goes. It happens every time. But I did talk to Kanye throughout the fight because he's a big UFC fan. So I'd be interested in Kanye's opinion of this fight far more than I would Mike Tyson's.
I want to talk to Kanye about collabs. I don't want to talk to him about no fights.
Why not? He's a big fan. So the point, he was trying to convince me that UFC is better than boxing. And I said, did you ever see Ali Frazier? He said, no, I have no idea. I said, YouTube. Just go to YouTube. So we went back and forth between rounds. I was trying to tweet between the 5 rounds, obviously, and he wouldn't let me because he was saying, did you see that? Kanye sent that to me. Anyway, beside the point, back to this.
Dropping.
No, I'm not name dropping.
You said Kanye.
But I said I would take his opinion to my bank before I take Mike Tyson's on this fight.
You didn't have to say who seats there were. You talk, these were Kanye seats. Mike Tyson sat in, and then when Mike came, Kanye came and sat in front of me.
My point is, I looked in Mike's eyes, and you're not sure who's home. I don't know. He's out there somewhere else. He's on his planet. He's not on our planet at this point.
Conor be on that same planet.
In this case, he was asked about this, and he immediately expressed disappointment because he was under the pretense that they were going to do MMA versus boxing. Yeah. So after all the hype, all the hubbub, all those 4 big press sessions all over the world, 4 days in a row, Mike still thinks that it's MMA versus boxing, right? Yeah. And he's saying, oh, gee, I'm disappointed because I thought he could actually grab and hold and wrestle, right, and kick. Okay?
Not he can't.
Well, I'm sorry, I got to disqualify his opinion because he goes all the way to Floyd is going to knock out Conor McGregor. There's one thing I know about this fight for a fact. One thing I'll bet you as many cases ado as you want to bet on. There is no way Floyd is going to knock out Conor McGregor. Want to bet?
I already told you, knockout play double. Okay. We already got a case.
Can we do like a semi-trailer truck?
We already got that bet on the fight.
We do?
Yes.
Oh, well, I want to do it on just a knockout.
Knockout play double, so I got to get 2 18-wheelers.
Can we amend the bet to just a knockout?
Nope.
Has to win by knockout.
No.
Whoever gets the due has to win by a knockout. Huh?
What the judge Judy said.
Are you scared?
What was with?
Huh? Oh, so you're backing off. So you don't want 4-ounce gloves, and you don't want the knockout bet, because the knockout bet's a good one.
Judge Judy, what's on here?
That's our rundown.
I know, but what's on here, Skip? This is our bet.
That means that Nelly is about to come on the show. That's all we know.
We have a semi bet of due that Floyd's going to win. If he knocks him out, I get 2 cases.
Okay. Look.
2 semis.
Floyd Mayweather is prohibitive favorite in this fight. I get that. And there's a good shot. You have a good shot that if Floyd can duck and run for all 12 rounds and get the decision into the hands of boxing judges, he has a real good shot at winning. But I don't think that's going to happen because I believe Conor is going to knock Floyd out. And the reason there is no way that Floyd is going to knock Conor out is, I'm going to remind you, It has been 18 years since Floyd knocked anybody out in a boxing ring. Think about that. He was 22 years of age when he last knocked out another human in a boxing match. This was just the immortal Justin Juco. You were there that night, right? May 22nd, 1999 in Las Vegas. He knocked out the immortal Justin Juco. That's the last time he has KO'd anybody. There was the sucker punch of Ortiz.
Wasn't no sucker punch.
Yes, it was.
Protect yourself at all times.
He's talking to the referee and he gets knocked out. And that qualifies, quote unquote, as a knockout.
You in the ring with another
fighter.
fighter.
Face to face, chin to chin. The last time he knocked somebody out fair and square was Justin Juco 18 years ago. He's a runner. That's as Conor says now. He says that's all he does is run now.
So I wish you could ask Arturo Gatti, could he punch? Ask Sean B. Mitchell, could he punch? Ask Ricky Hatton, could he punch?
He's 40 years old. He's 40.
Skip.
He wants to wear 10-ounce gloves.
He don't want to. That's what the rules
please.
specify that you
can do any rules.
No, Skip, we know.
Sucker rules.
Hold on, time out,
Sucker rules.
Skip. I know this is an MMA guy and he's fighting a true boxing professional. But we're going to go, this is a sanctioned fight. So in a sanctioned fight, 147.5, you wear 10-ounce gloves.
Floyd volunteered, I will wear 8 or 4. And I said, okay, 4, do it.
Skip, you know.
Don't do it. Have the guts.
We're going to talk about this.
You already told me that there's no way that Conor can touch him with a glove one time, so why not 4 ounces?
Skip, you know, we're going to talk about this later. You know when you get in front of fans, you say things that you're like, I said that out loud. We're going to talk about the Green Bay Packers, CEO saying something. But
we take this show on the road all the time. I'm in front of all those fans, and I stand behind every word I utter.
Skip, I'm not talking about you.
And they're my fans. They're not yours.
They're my fans.
They boo you.
Oh, no, they don't. Skip, I'm talking about in the heat of the moment when you're trying to appease and you're trying to
You're the applause guy?
Like, oh, no, I don't want that. I'm like, that's like me saying, I bite Johnny Bone Jones. I don't care. Give me 8 hours love. Oh, I don't want none of that.
It's like, I can outrun Jason Witten.
I can.
You can't. And it comes out of your mouth.
In these 11s. In these 11s.
You can't barefoot.
In these 11s. Oh, Skip, you know back in the day, barefooted. Man, I take my shirt off, take them shoes off. You know, you barefooted in some shorts, couldn't nobody catch me. Skip, I had to run fast. My grandma was saying my brother to catch him.
20 years ago?
Catch him, Spanky. Catch him. He ain't catching nothing today because you ain't finna beat me, Granny.
I can't believe that you really think that a grizzly wouldn't beat a crocodile.
Not in the water, he won't.
He would too. Grizzly just stand in the water and just like reach.
You know how big a grizzly bear is?
Yes. Do you know what a ton looks like? In 20 feet long. Do you have any idea?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Because see, I grew up on a farm.
You know how big grizzly bears
I grew up on a farm, so I know what livestock and...
You know how fast you'd be out of that chair if a grizzly bear came in here right now?
You know how fast you'd be out the water if a crocodile was in there?
Not fast enough.
You just told Steve that you get out the water if you saw a seal.
Well, yeah, because that means there's sharks around.
Okay. I guarantee you.
I'm losing to a shark, a crocodile, and a grizzly bear. I'm out on all of those.
He complained about the water cold in California.
Whose side are you on in the...
That was cool and fun at the same time. That guy is hysterical. He is a funny dude. And that was the Zine Network. That was pretty cool. And just as a reminder, there are links in the description to all of these videos. Now we're going to see
Your
an actor,
co-star Idris Elba was here the other
Renner,
day. Oh, he was? He had a hot...
who would like to see Conor win. He's a pretty cool dude. This is ESPN. It's a little short video for you.
Take for us. Obviously, Max is a boxing expert, and he came on. He was the first person who said he thinks Conor McGregor would beat Floyd Mayweather. Do you even think Conor McGregor would give a punch?
You know, I think I want that to happen. You know?
Really? Why?
Maybe because I'm Irish.
Don't have a lot to do with it.
I like the spunk, but you can't take anything away from Mayweather. Like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, the Cowboys and the Niners. You kind of hate a team because it's so good, or Seattle, and you know, it's like Mayweather. I've always just have, you know, despised because he's so dang good. Like, no one can hit the guy, and I kind of want him to get hit, and I kind of want him to get hit hard. I go down.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But doesn't mean he's got to lose. Then to go ahead and beat McGregor. I don't know. I just wanted it to be a good fight. That's all.
How do you know, like you said, you're Irish. How do Irish folks feel about Conor McGregor?
I don't know.
Overall, I'm just wondering because I love him. I actually love. I think he's going to get destroyed by Mayweather. But I love his game. He backs up his smack, and I don't have a problem with it.
I agree. Yeah, okay. I totally agree with it. I dig it because I dig him because of that.
Okay.
His big old mouth and he's got a big wink when he does it too. You know.
Gotcha.
Yes, he certainly box office.
That was pretty cool. That was cool. Just, getting some different opinions from all different types of people. And let's see what we have coming up next for you. And we're almost getting close to being done with the stream. Here is something that's coming from Catalyst TV. And this is a rare interview with Sylvester Stallone. And she poses the question regarding Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather Jr. This is very entertaining. Make sure you support Catalyst TV. She has over 1,000 subscribers, which is amazing. Make sure you hit notifications to make sure you don't miss any of her entertaining content that she uploads, just like that. Make sure you like the video, and let's see what Sylvester has to say.
I'm saying, no, but I asked you. Hey, listen.
All right, ask me, that's it.
Okay, Mayweather.
That's it. Our last interview.
No, don't say that. No, Mayweather said that he offered him, Conor, $50 million for a fight in January. Did you see that? It just came out.
Here's my answer, and I really think Conor McGregor is a good fighter, and he's a great fighter in his own especially in his own arena. Mayweather will be. He'll be facing first-degree murder charges.
Oh my God!
It wouldn't even be fair. He's such a good fighter. It would be literally slaughter. And I know it's not. Conor McGregor is great, and if he fought him the way he fights in the UFC, it would be the reverse.
Right.
Everyone has a specialty.
Right.
And we talked about this, believe it or not, at one time, and this is a scoop. Dana White called me and said, "Why don't we have the contender guys?" When I had that show about boxing, fight the UFC finalists.
Right.
And I said it wouldn't be fair. If it's a boxing match, your guys get slaughtered, and if it's a full-on UFC fight, our guys get decimated.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but unless it's a switch-up. Unless there's going to be a few little flicks in there.
You cannot take a guy who is a genius boxer, one of the greatest of all time, and expect to catch up.
That is true.
You'd have a better chance of winning Wimbledon.
Who, me?
No.
Oh, because I ain't trying to be Serena. But
No, I'm talking about you.
Yeah, I know. I got you. But what if that video was fake, where he looks bad?
Okay, let's just say it's a publicity stunt.
Right.
When they get in the ring, one thing Mayweather, he's not a publicity stunt. He's proven himself, and it would be savage. You saw, for example, what happened with Ronda and Holly.
Right.
Ronda, if she fought her fight, I think would have won easily. But when you go into another person's specialty in their arena, you're going to get slaughtered.
But would you take that fight if you wanted to get out of the UFC and you wanted to retire a billionaire or millionaire, whatever? Yeah. Would you take that fight and suffer the brain damage? I'm being serious.
You're a little extreme. You would risk, life and limb. Yeah. If I were him, Conor McGregor, absolutely I would do it because he's probably bored doing what he's doing. This is incredibly inviting and seductive, but it won't be pretty. But then again, he's a very, very brave man, a very tough man. I have ultimate respect for him. But Mayweather is...
He's great at what he does.
He's going to be arrested for murder.
Thank you. This better not be our last interview.
sorry, this is the last time I'm ever speaking.
No, don't say that, babe.
She is a riot. And her YouTube channel is Cattails TV.
You heard
It's
about
K-A-T Cat
So
and
you're
then
actually
No, yeah, I say it.
Cattails
No, but I asked
TV
you.
together.
Hey, listen.
All right, ask me that too.
Okay, Mayweather.
Our last interview.
No, don't.
That was funny. That was funny. Well, I want to appreciate, let you know that I appreciate you for being here and checking this out. We have Kenny Florian, who first thinks Conor McGregor can catch Floyd. This is MMA
August
Talk.
26th, it reads here that it shall be done. Floyd Mayweather v. Conor McGregor.
And so I just want to acknowledge MMA Talk here. They have over 21,000 subscribers. Please check out their channel. If obviously you like this subject matter, they have some really incredible content as well. So make sure you subscribe to their channel and turn on that notification bell so you don't miss a single one of their uploads. They have great content for you, and also make sure to always support and like their videos as well. And so here we go. Kenny Florian has a whole lot to say, and he does know what he's talking about. So let's see.
T-Mobile Arena. Holy piss, dude. We were reluctant to give this a lot of play, at least on our podcast for a while, but over the last several weeks, as it inched closer to fruition, we've been talking about it more and more, and I'm not sure what you're doing on August 26th, but I know somehow, some way, you'll be sitting down somewhere and you'll be watching Floyd Conor.
There's no doubt about that, dude. I mean, again, I said it last week on UFC Tonight. Like, what dimension are we living in? This is crazy that this could actually happen. And you know, the fact that Conor McGregor was able to drag out a retired Floyd Mayweather from boxing says a whole lot of how big of a star Conor McGregor is. The fact that, you know, this guy in a completely different sport, you know, wrecking shop that Floyd Mayweather says he's done, and all of a sudden he's hearing, you know, Conor talk, and he sees how he builds a fight, and he says, that guy. That's the guy that I want to fight. And Conor wanted it as well. And you know, the crazy thing about this fight is, yes, it's a completely different sport, but I'm telling you, Conor McGregor 100% believes he's going to win that fight. He thinks he's going to knock out Floyd.
No doubt about it. Now, you were one of the first to really look at this from a Conor McGregor standpoint, and we're going to get to the fight and how competitive it will or won't be. And even as I ask the question, Kenny, about how competitive the fight will be, I can hear some people turning the podcast off. But in terms of this through a Conor McGregor lens, and I'm glad that this was your first thought, instead of my first thought being, man, am I going to be able to get Conor McGregor in some scenario at like plus 1,200? Instead, you're thinking, good for Conor, right? A guy who in 2013, in front of your eyes in Sweden, I believe it was, made his UFC debut, and here he is 4 years later, the $100 million man. And I think he not only deserves the credit for what he was able to accomplish inside the octagon in taking on all comers and beating Chad Mendes, his supposed Achilles heel with a torn ACL, by the way, everything he did, knocking out Jose Aldo in 13 seconds, backing up all the trash, selling pay-per-views like nobody in UFC history, everything he's done inside the octagon, outside the octagon, has put him, as you said, on Floyd Mayweather's radar. And the number one reason Floyd is doing this fight, obviously, is because of money. And he couldn't have done it without Conor. Just absolutely remarkable what McGregor has been able to do here in a relatively short amount of time.
It's unbelievable. It really is. I don't think we'll see anyone else like Conor McGregor ever again. You know, and it's almost irrelevant, okay? It's almost irrelevant. How is Conor going to do against him? Listen, it's boxing. Floyd should win. Floyd should wipe him out of the water. He's one of the best boxers of all time. And that's why I said this is already a win for Conor to even put himself in this situation, to even put himself just to be able to negotiate this fight is remarkable. And the fact that he's here, this fight is signed, it's going to happen. Two of the best in their respective sports going at it in a boxing ring is just mind-blowing. And you know what? Just Conor, you know, every time you watch him fight, he
brings it, he's going to go out there and look for a knockout. I don't think he's going to get it here against Floyd, but you know he's going to move forward and going to try to find Floyd's chin, and that's what makes it exciting. That's why everyone knows, a lot of people saying, well, I already know what's going to happen. I don't need to see that fight. No, you actually will see that fight. I guarantee you, and the build-up to this fight is going to be unlike any other.
A lot of people have taken strong stances, Kenny, on both sides of this. As far as the extremes are concerned, Max Kellerman from ESPN's First Take saying that Conor McGregor would not land a single punch. And then on the other side, you have friend of the program, Brendan Schaub, saying he'll bet $100,000 that Conor McGregor wins at least one round. So a lot of people are convicted one way or the other. As far as the betting line is concerned, right now Floyd Mayweather is the -800 favorite. Conor McGregor is at +516. I have really said if I'm going to bet on Conor McGregor, the magic number for me is like +800, +900. So I'm not seeing the value right now on Conor in that +500 area. What I find interesting, though, Kenny, 80% of the bets taken right now by Las Vegas have been McGregor bets, but 80% of the money has been on Floyd Mayweather. So no surprise, you have big sharks placing, $40,000 and $50,000 bets on Floyd Mayweather in that -700, -800 range, and then you have a lot of small bets in volume of people, square types with all due respect, who are betting on Conor McGregor right now. So I've been texting you like nonstop. I wanted to know what % chance you think Conor McGregor has in this fight. And I know TJ DeSantis has done a lot of radio on this last week leading up to this. Everybody has an opinion. The one opinion I've been most dismissive of is those who think Conor McGregor, Kenny, has a 0% chance to win. Because even if you think it is small, and I maybe said he's got a 7 or 8% chance to win this fight, at least on paper, against Floyd Mayweather, to say he has a 0% chance is, in my mind, the only thing that's really not fair. I think even if you don't want to say that anything can happen in a combat sports setting, I still think based upon Conor's mental game and everything he's accomplished as a striker, you got to give him at least a 1% chance in 100 times to beat Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, I know, and I agree with that. I think you can't, when you get a guy who's a terrific fighter like Conor McGregor, and yes, it's a completely different sport, you can't say he's got a 0% chance. The guy, he knows how to read people very well. He knows how to get inside people's head very well. And the guy can punch. I mean, the guy can punch flat out. So anytime you get that kind of power, I think you got to have about a 10% chance. You know what I mean? And Conor, again, it wasn't enough for him to just make this fight. I truly believe he thinks he can win this fight. I think he thinks he can catch Floyd at some point during this fight.
We have a lot of time between now and August 26th to break down this fight from a technical standpoint. Some people would suggest there's really not much of a breakdown needed. There is some sparring footage out there on Conor McGregor right now. It isn't all that flattering. I don't know if it was planted by one of his training partners to try to maybe get a mixed message out there. Perhaps that's the conspiracy theorist in me. I don't know. It didn't look real good for Conor there. He's got some time to shore some things up. But there are a lot of things in terms of distance and stance that he's going to have a hard time making any sort of significant progress in, Kenny, between now and August 26th, right? I mean, it just would seem to a lot of people that you got one guy who's been boxing since he's 3 and one guy who is an outstanding MMA striker with an outstanding chin and a lot of power. But correct me if I'm wrong, there are certain things that he might need to not even really even go near when it comes to working on because there's not enough time to make appreciable progress.
Yeah, I think so. I think going against someone like Floyd, I mean, just defensively, he's someone who he's an absolute master. He knows every single angle. He knows how to counter-strike in tight. He can counter-strike from the outside. His footwork is phenomenal. The micro-adjustments that he's constantly making with his head and his feet. He's given so many guys trouble because of it, and he's taken more of a defensive approach later on in his career. Now, he has had more of an offensive approach early in his career. He used to break his hands a lot. I'm curious to see what kind of approach is he going to take against Conor. Is he thinking, do I want to protect this undefeated record? Do I want to go to 50-0? Or is it more just about me making this money fight, making this fun fight between a guy that I know I'm going to blow out of the water and I can get really aggressive and kind of move forward, something I didn't have to do against a lot of other guys? Is he going to take that approach? I don't know. He might. And in doing that, he can make himself successful getting caught by Conor McGregor.
A lot of different things can happen inside that ring. I'm most concerned from Conor's standpoint with the perceived speed discrepancy. I think Floyd Mayweather's just going to be the much faster guy. We know how precise Conor is with his hands, but that is the primary concern for me from McGregor's standpoint, is how does he deal with the speed of Floyd.
And John, just to go back to your other point, I mean, that the sparring footage that was released, I think it was Van Herdeen, is that what?
I think so.
And there was some footage of Conor kind of putting the hurt on him as well. And I know Chris claims, he was obviously out of boxing shape and all this stuff, but originally the footage came out that Conor was kicking his ass originally, and now he, released another video saying, Conor didn't land on me, blah, blah, blah. Whatever it was, I think Conor can't do well against pro boxers. Can he do well against Floyd Mayweather? That's another guy.
So I pushed out a couple tweets and got absolutely hammered. And I'm not making any sort of case for Conor McGregor because the UFC cuts my paycheck, right? I can assure you I'm not selling any pay-per-views here, right? I've never sold a pay-per-view in my life. I mean, maybe with the 209 tattoo, Kenny, I sold like 20, 25 or 30 pay-per-views way back in the day, but I doubt it, okay? So I'm not being paid by the UFC to take a pro-UFC stance. I have actually covered more Floyd Mayweather fights in my career as a journalist than I have been in the building for Conor McGregor fight, so I do come at this from a couple of different sides. But here was the tweet I pushed out that I got most hammered to, and we're going to talk to Kevin Iole here in a couple minutes. So I wrote, on record as a longtime Mayweather supporter, just saying, if I'm trying to get to 50-0, McGregor would not be the guy I'd want to fight. So, and again, I probably lost 20 followers within 30 seconds, all right? But just hear me out on this, and maybe it sounds a little crazy in 140 characters, but the primary reason for Floyd taking this fight with Conor is because Conor represents far and away the biggest money fight for Floyd at present. So I'm not saying that if I'm trying to get to 50-0, and that's my primary goal, that I would want to fight Triple G. I mean, you stay as far away from that guy as humanly possible. I'm not even saying that I would want to fight a previously outmatched Canelo Alvarez if I'm trying to get to 50-0. I want the easiest fight possible. And I just think there are a lot of unknowns and variables when it comes to fighting any MMA fighter, never mind someone like Conor McGregor.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that it's an interesting matchup. It's one that could pose some problems, especially early on, perhaps, because of the fact that it's a completely different rhythm that boxers are used to. Boxers are used to boxing boxers. Wow, well, it's amazing analysis there, Kenny. But it's just the truth. You get a guy who moves a little bit different, like Conor McGregor. And Conor really moves unlike anybody else that we've seen in mixed martial arts, really. Now you see guys kind of trying to copy that same rhythm and style. But unless you're really used to it, and then you get a guy who's talking shit to you while the fight is going on, I don't know if that's something that Floyd's necessarily used to. Now, if it's hands on hands, if it's just boxing, the only thing you could throw are your hands. I mean, again, Floyd's going to have a chance. Again, Floyd's going to be able to smash anybody within 10 or 15, maybe 20 pounds of his weight. It doesn't matter. He's just that good. Now, Conor is going to be significantly bigger. Conor's going to cut down to 154, and he'll probably be back up to about 171. Floyd will not. Floyd will be barely making that 154 mark.
All right, we will continue on the Mayweather-McGregor front, and who better to do it with? Now with us on the guest line, longtime Las Vegas resident, proud Pittsburgh sports fan, and the combat sports writer for Yahoo Sports, who last week broke the story that, yes, Floyd Mayweather would be fighting Conor McGregor. Friend of the program, Kevin Iole, is with us. K.I., no one has done more hits on this subject than you, so we are very appreciative that you carved out a few minutes for us today, my man. How's it going?
That was pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Lots of good info, lots of great footage there. That was from MMA Talk. Good stuff, good stuff. It was great. Those were great clips of them, doing their training, and it's real interesting to see, their different styles of conditioning.
Deny the amazing will of the human mind.
So
he
here
is
we go.
This
is the same guy.
You certainly said it today on our show.
Kenny Florian.
You believe he is
and that is the same guy in the last video.
Just as he was convinced that he was going to beat Chad Mendes with a torn ACL, just as he was convinced he was going to get Joe.
I'm just waiting for that to catch up with my clicks. There we go. Now it's paused. Yeah, so I was just saying that this is the same guy that you just heard that was sharing all types of opinions, but basically saying that he feels that Conor is capable of beating Floyd. And so now he has a little bit of a different approach on this one, and it's very interesting to see how he went ahead and kind of changed it up a little bit.
The amazing will of the human mind. He is genuinely there to win, and we both have said this. You certainly said it today on our show that you believe he is fully convinced that he is going to go up there and beat Floyd Mayweather, just as he was convinced that he was going to beat Chad Mendes with a torn ACL, just as he was convinced he was going to get Jose Aldo out of there in the first round. Everything the man has set out to do, pretty much with the exception of that hiccup against Nate Diaz, he has done. But it seemed to me like by the end of the fourth day, you were less confident than maybe at the start of this world tour that Conor ultimately would get the job done. Is that fair to say?
I would say that's accurate. I still, I'm still impressed with the approach, the mental game, of course, of Conor McGregor still. Floyd's a guy who can adjust to any boxer out there in the world. He can fight going forward. He can fight going backwards. He truly is like a chameleon in that boxing ring. There's just a lot of different things that man can do. And he will do whatever it takes to win. And he's going to be fighting behind a very defensive mindset because, he's being trained by his father, Floyd Sr., who has an even more defensive style approach than his brother Roger Mayweather, who obviously Floyd Jr. used for over a decade as a trainer. So right. I just think that he's going to have that approach of always going with defense first. I don't think he's going to try to throw himself off balance, which would allow Conor to land one of those big shots. That's where Conor gets a lot of his knockouts, when he's getting guys reaching and jumping in. I don't see it at this point. At this point, I just didn't see Floyd rattled enough. And I thought that Floyd actually got a little bit stronger in his approach. He was not backing down from Conor at all. And he kind of got away from the talk of him being older. And it seemed like he was kind of building himself up. And I think in a lot of ways, Floyd, coming out of retirement, is motivated by Conor McGregor that much more now. Yeah. He's realizing that, shit, I looked into this guy's eyes. He truly believes he's going to win. This guy's a crazy man. He's not only trying to beat me, he's trying to hurt me. And he may have woken up a monster in Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think Floyd Mayweather, largely, if you look at the 4 days, I think he did a really good job. It's not as cerebral an approach as Conor McGregor brings to the trash talk or to that format, but I thought Floyd Mayweather did well, and even just the confidence, even in Brooklyn, right, which was the most forgettable day by a mile. Right. I just felt like when Floyd walked out and he was dancing, I got to get that Money Team collaboration song, by the way. I don't know what that is, but I can't get it out of my head.
Yeah, that song.
So good. But I really felt like the confidence is just totally unshakable for Mayweather on a McGregor-type level. So as far as picking the fight is concerned, so when we do our podcast on August 21st, Kenny and I are going to give our picks. Because it's boxing, I can actually give a prediction in the main event challenge, and we're going to do the round and the method of victory and all of that stuff, right? So sitting here about a month out, 5 weeks out, whatever it is. So most likely I will pick Floyd Mayweather to win this fight by decision. But if I do pick Conor McGregor to win by knockout in round 2 or round 3, right, I won't be picking Conor because I want to be able to tell people I told you so, right? I picked Dan Hardy to beat George St. Pierre, okay, in my ESPN MMA live chat, okay? I didn't do that because I wanted everyone to say, oh, dude, Anik picked Dan Hardy. No, I thought he was going to win. I thought he was going to knock George out, and ultimately I was very wrong. But,
you are really dumb, for real.
But I'm not afraid to be wrong. I guess I just feel like as the fight gets closer, I might be compelled to make a case for Conor McGregor, and sometimes my case for Conor is just like, I don't know how he's going to do it, but I'm done doubting the guy, and that's something UFC President Dana White has certainly said ad nauseum, that, doubt this guy at your own peril is all I'm going to say. Right now, my lean is Floyd Mayweather by decision, and if I could get a better price on it, that's probably where I would put my money. I will also tell you, full disclosure, I took $400 and I bet on Conor McGregor to win by knockout in rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4. So $100 wins 4,400. And that doesn't mean he can win in any round, right? If you want all 4 rounds, it's 10 to 1. Don't hate the bet, but I much prefer to bet all 4 of those rounds. So I got round 1, 44 to 1, round 2, 3, 4, all the same. The price in Vegas, I think, is 25 or 30 to 1. Conor has predicted a knockout inside of 4 rounds, and at least right now, that's the only action I have on paper, and we'll see how it plays out. So real quickly, Ken Flo, before we get to Dan Wetzel here, the whole Steven Espinoza Showtime bit, right? I mean, just when you thought there couldn't be further depths to Conor McGregor's genius, and I could see stage right, Dana White didn't necessarily love the fact that Conor was saying, you know, fuck Showtime and calling their foremost executive a weasel. I thought Espinoza handled it with class and sort of took it all in stride very professionally. But, dude, the fact that Conor would just trash Showtime like that just goes to show you that the man will stop at nothing to promote a fight. And if you were looking for sort of seminal breakout moments of these 4 days, I mean, that's the moment I keep coming back to.
Dude, I mean, it was, I felt so bad for Mr. Espinoza. I mean, he got killed day 2, day 3. And you think, okay, well, you know, certainly, you know, Conor's going to take it easy on the guy on day 4, right? Wrong. I mean, he just went at him. I mean, it was, I felt bad for the guy. Conor just has this attitude, man, of just take no prisoners, fuck the world, I'm a gangster, I'm a boss. And he lives that life. That is truly Conor McGregor, and that is why he has accomplished what he's accomplished. Love it or hate it. It's his world. That's the way he sees it. You know, I make the rules. I make the decision. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. And there's a lot of guys that say that, but he truly goes out and does it. And, you know, as far as Conor McGregor, I mean, this guy is more hip-hop than anybody out in the game. He lives that lifestyle. Right. He's driving a couple Rolls Royces. He's got a bunch of cars. He's going to dance. He's going to dance. He's going to dress flashy. He's going to really kick ass, and he's done that. He's not talking about it. He is about it.
So TJ's telling me he's got this Money Team song, so I think I just need to stop whatever I was about to say, and TJ's going to play that at some point. I wanted to get to the pay-per-view price point here of $99.99, and TJ, you feel free to drop that music in at any time. But Kenny, I think as we expected, the pay-per-view price point was going to be $99.99, and I was doing a radio interview last week, and they said, I actually thought it was going to be more. And, oh, there it is. He just let that shit go. So I actually thought if they were to go $109.99 or $119.99, there it is. There it is. Just let that shit marinate. Oh. Yeah.
And you know it!
Well, there's some secondary chatter from Kenny Florian. That's from the MMA Bubble. This one is from the MMA Bubble. So they have all kinds of incredible content. So be sure to stop by their channel and get loaded up on some excellent stuff. And let me see if I can
Every single one of you. Look what's next for me, Joe.
share with you some final thoughts for the stream. Two of my favorite clips here. This is McGregor for you, and I want to take this opportunity to go ahead and subscribe to Woo over here. And I appreciate the excellent clip there. And enjoy.
Every single one of you. Look what's next for me, Joe. I'm gonna get that second belt. Where the is it? They should have had them 2 belts ready. Spit showing for me. That both in the octagon. It's never been done before. I'm sure you'll get your second belt. But listen, I've spent a lot of time, Joe, slaying everybody in the company. Backstage, I'm starting fights off everybody. I've ridiculed everyone on the roster. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. The double tap, does what the he wants.
I just love that. That is just amazing stuff right there. And here's another one I want to share with you and leave you with a chuckle. Now, this one comes from Antonio Marks, who posted this. There's several videos out on this. This was a good one that I found, a good version of it. Antonio Marks has 377 subscribers, so be sure to support his channel by way of that red subscribe button, and make sure you click like. And without further delay, let's hear Floyd Mayweather in rare form.
Conor McGregor's a bitch. Cheers. Canada Dry. Happy New Year's for the money team. Conor McChapo. Conor McChapo. Conor, did you quit, you little bitch? Yes, it hurt. It hurt me. It hurt me. Irishman. It hurt me like Irishman. He went for my bucket bowl. Okay, no. Conor. Conor, tell me what happened. He went for my bucket bowl and I think he got it. God damn it. I wanted to tap so the ref could see and he hurt me. You a bitch.
Well, he's having way too much fun there. These two guys have huge egos. They deserve it. They've worked very hard in their lives. They've gone through a lot. And I hope you enjoyed those videos. I searched through quite a few to come up with that selection for you. And so I do hope that you did enjoy it. And yeah, just sharing a few of my thoughts with you regarding the whole Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather fight coming up. I don't have anything pre-rehearsed or written down, but just shooting from the hip. As my thumbnail shows, I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, what does that mean? Does that mean anything, or does it mean nothing? It is something I haven't heard anyone mention at all. I've combed through tons of videos and articles and haven't heard anyone even whisper about the ears and the fact that the only way to get cauliflower ear is to get your brains boxed out, which means you know, you're not covering, and they're getting you and they're beating your head to a pulp. So you look at Mayweather's ear, and he's 40 years old, and it looks like a brand new baby ear, like nothing happened to it. So I'm just saying, you know, it shows who's getting hit in the head, and this is boxing, so we're worried about getting hit in the head. So at first glance, it would seem like McGregor's probably the one that's more likely to get hit. But then again, maybe not, because there's so many variables. There's the age difference, but then you have the experience on Mayweather's side. You have the unorthodox style of McGregor. McGregor is very hungry, and he has nothing to lose, and this is possibly once in a lifetime opportunity, and so he has nothing to lose by giving it all. So he is going to be a wild man when he goes in there. Mayweather, as I put in the thumbnail, is defending, and since McGregor is challenging there's a different type of an adrenaline there. Mayweather has nothing to prove at this point, so yet he looks in tip-top physical condition, just amazing. So if he's not up to par with the way he was 20 years ago, I mean, my goodness, he's still far and beyond a force to be reckoned with from what I saw there. Conor McGregor is being very smart. Looks to me like he's only going to show us what he wants us to see, and Mayweather as well, but more so Conor. I think he's working on a lot of clandestine moves, and he's been studying a lot. He's proven he's a good student, and he's proven that he learns fast. So I don't know about his endurance. I think if it goes past, I mean, if they make it as far as 4 or 5 rounds, I think Conor McGregor might have a little bit of trouble there. If there's any truth to those sparring clips that we saw, you know, I hope they're hitting him realistically, going at him, because I didn't see McGregor doing a lot of bobbing and weaving necessarily. I mean, I saw him doing some, but when the guy was actually moving his hands towards his head, Conor McGregor's head wasn't moving as much as what I would have expected of someone going up against Mayweather. But then again, that might be just what he wants us to see. Mayweather is an expert at reading, you know, the shots coming at him. He's been doing this for a long time, and you know, is undefeated. But then again, then I saw those clips of Mayweather, you know, getting hit, and wow, that is really worrisome, because it just seemed like every time somebody did an onslaught of blows, like swinging one after the other, whenever he was attacked with the barrage of punches, Mayweather just seemed to like stand there and cover up and like not do anything. So I mean, somebody like McGregor, he doesn't really throw wild punches. His punches are very strategic and like a radar focus. He doesn't waste punches just to look like he's punching. He really, really throws it out there to do significant damage, and he has a very high connect ratio to punches thrown, as well as Mayweather. As a matter of fact, I don't have the stats with me right now, but I think they're both in like the high 50% in their ratios. And so, I don't know, you know, it can go either way. I think the odds are in Mayweather's favor for obvious reasons. But I think McGregor's out there to whether he technically wins or not, there's a big payday for him. But there's an even bigger payday and the whole changing the course of history if McGregor wins this. It's going to be so freaking huge. And I don't know if boxers tend to be, at least from everything that I've seen, it's like a more civilized way of fighting. I don't know if that's the right word, but what I'm saying is, they just don't go in there like wild animals, and swing like crazy, just like wild, crazy beasts. You know, they're very composed, and you know, everything's very stoic. And then they do all that hugging and all that crap. I don't think there's going to be hardly any of that. I think the first time Mayweather tries to hug on Conor, he's going to answer him with about probably 5 or 6 well-placed blows. I don't think there's going to be any hugging going on, so it's going to be interesting to see how this turns out. And so, I don't know, I think the bottom line is that McGregor is hungry, and Mayweather is just kind of defending, so I just don't know what's deep inside of either of those guys. They do look very serious. They're both very dangerous, and they're both very capable. So, again, I'm really shocked that this fight is actually happening, that it's taking place. Just blows my mind that Mayweather came out of retirement for this. Is just mind-boggling. So it just shows me he doesn't care that much about his legacy, because risking it, you know, I don't think it's that important to him as, you know, just the business part of it. And so I will talk to you guys soon. I will be doing some more of my zombie and gun game streaming, and hopefully tomorrow I will be able to do that. And so we are signing off now on the Super Shero YouTube channel. Welcome and thank you for being here on the live stream. For those of you watching post stream, I appreciate you guys as well. So share with your friends, and make sure to subscribe, and I will talk to you guys soon. When you do subscribe, I will add you to the Shero shout out train that you see on the left side of the screen. That's the Super Shero shout out train. And at the bottom we have the Elite Squad, of course, which is the elite group of subscribers that really goes above and beyond the Call of Duty. I want to give special shout out to NDN. Thank you so much for subbing, NDN. Everyone check out NDN's channel. And I also have another sub, and I would like to share their channel with you. Let me see if I can find it for you. Hold on just a moment, and let me see if I can find it for you. Okay, so I have a couple of crazy little videos that I've put out. I like to have a little fun from time to time on Snapchat, and you just never know what's going to happen once you turn on that Snapchat. You just you have no idea what you're going to come up with. So if you guys know anybody, or if you enjoy Snapchat, you might want to check out. If you can see that crazy face right there. Oh my gosh. I'm going to try to find now a certain channel for you. It's a real treat. This is a special trailer that one of my subs masterfully created, and I wanted to share it with you. So enjoy. This is the channel of, let me go over there right now for you. The channel is called Killer Studios, and this is the Floyd Mayweather versus Conor McGregor promo universe trailer in high definition. This is an incredible trailer. So Enjoy.
Lucifer, son of the morning, I'm gonna chase you out of earth.
Connor, who do you think would give you the hardest fight?
I'm looking around. I don't know what anyone else has for me around here. I might have to jump up and fucking drag Floyd Mayweather out there and see what the fuck he's at again.
If Conor does knock Floyd Mayweather out, he is the biggest athlete on earth.
Conor McGregor has this bizarre way of bending the universe to his will.
It began in Africa.
I just don't represent the red, white, and blue.